Okay. Alright, here we go. Hello everyone, and it's me again, Spot Mike, and we are back with Danganronpa Project Eden's Garden. So yeah, we're finally gonna finish this chapter demo off and finally do the trial. So if anyone missed what happened last time, we went through the chapter, we were having a whole game tournament, and then a blackout happened, and then we found Wolfgang was dead. Yeah, So yeah, we're just gonna continue from what happened last time, and we'll start this investigation up. Oh, and if it doesn't load, at least there's okay. Good, it loads this time, unlike the start of chapter 1. That was stupid last time, but hey, at least we're here. Okay, so everything seems to be working. So let's begin this investigation.
Hello?
Winona, you're still here?
Seriously?
Is there a problem with that? Why does she need to frame everything I say in the worst light? I'm preparing to hold a one-on-one session with Ulysses. I was consulting him about something important before we were interrupted by the announcement. Is that what you were doing before the blackout?
Huh?
Repeat that.
It's simple.
The blackout. Were you still with Ulysses when it happened?
Come on.
You're not speaking any sense. There was no power outage. What? Blackout affected the entire building unless...
Anyways.
Let me rephrase it. Where were you when the murder happened?
Sheesh.
Where were you? At Cassidy's game tournament in the dining hall.
Oh, really?
Really? Not what I expected.
Let me see.
Ulysses and I spent the morning by the large tree. We stayed there up until including the time of Wolfgang's murder. Sounded like she had an alibi then. So the location she mentioned. I assumed this entire building's complex connected to the one generator, but it made more sense for the tree area to have its own separate system. Hence why it didn't lose power. What about the courtyard, though? Was anyone there at the time of the blackout? Interesting. Aren't you gonna investigate Wolfgang? Me?
Yeah.
Who else? Back when we mistook the dummy for a body, you poked it pretty nonchalantly.
Hang on.
That's different. I never thought it was real.
I see.
Now that we're finally advancing in the investigation, her cool composure had all but vanished. Typical, I guess. She only kept up an act for so long.
Terrible.
The generator over there is particularly submerged in the water. I think we would be wise to stay on this platform. Is he worried about the water being electrified? Even I managed to stand in it all the way back then. I don't see why we would be any different now. And again, the generator wasn't damaged last time.
Damn.
Yeah, since Wolfgang is kneeling in the water, we should avoid touching
No.
him. You don't know for sure if the water's unsafe.
Huh?
Listen to me.
Before you start making conclusions, you should experiment first. Seeing that, Eva walked over the pile of boxes and pulled out a light bulb. Oh, I see what you're doing. Sure enough, Eva went straight to the edge of the platform, and threw the light bulb into the water.
Look.
See, it's not lighting up. That means the water is safe.
Well, I
see. Then I suppose it's safe to inspect Wolfgang.
Okay.
Are you going to? I think I will observe from afar instead. That's the time to be listening to your nerves.
Aye.
Oi! Take away from the air! Ain't there something off about it? Followed his instructions and sniffed the air.
That...
It smells like burnt rubber.
That ain't it.
Because of the busty generator, yeah. But that's not the one I'm talking about. There is another scent. A real bitter one. You might actually be onto something. Almost like cereal and rubbing alcohol?
Bad news.
Indeed. I suspected a mighty chemical reaction at work.
Eh?
I've had my fair share of travels across the sea, and I'm no stranger to foul play. There's no stench worse than one of disastrous combustion.
It is how it is.
The thing is, I got no idea where it's coming from. Really? The smell's supposedly that of a chemical reaction? Where else could it be coming from besides the busted generator? Unless John's conclusion about the smell is wrong, I wouldn't put it past him. The little cereal box. Half of the generator's internals had melted away, and what remained was almost completely singed. Yeah, that was definitely the cause of the power outage. What could have melted the wires, though? It looked like a bomb had got off from there.
That's...
Now that I think about it, during the game tournament. Huh? There had been a loud boom right where the blackout had happened, similar to a firework going off or someone firing a gun.
That's...
Did I overheard the sound of the generator being destroyed? Nothing else near the dining hall could have made that kind of noise, I don't think. My assumption is correct. The generator would have been destroyed around the same time the murder was committed. That's suspicious as hell. There's no way the two events aren't connected. But I'm also working purely off of memory of the boom. To be absolutely sure, I need to know when exactly the blackout occurred. Is there any way for me to find that out? The taser. A taser gun? Pretty random thing to be lying around a crime scene. Definitely wasn't the boiler room prior to the murder either. I mean, this taser gun was involved with the murder? Closer inspection, nothing about the gun looked particularly strange. Had it been used? I'm pretty sure taser guns dispense some kind of wire when it's fired. There's some yellow pieces of plastic on the floor. They're the same shade of yellow as the taser gun. Have these originally been attached to it? Can't tell where they would fit the gun, though. Never mind. What's the point of making guesses when I could just get him to confirm? After all, someone who's a pro at wielding guns should know the better than anyone else. I have to ask Desmond, then. There was blood speckled across the floor. I didn't notice it at first due to the room's restricted lighting, but now after my eyes had taken time to adjust, it could have been obvious.
See.
Looks like it passes into the hallway too. Completely missed these during the blackout. After the body discovery announcement, everyone barged into the boiler room through this door. These blood spots don't look smudged. I'm guessing they're already dry by the time any of us got here, in which case, could these be Wolfgang's blood? Interesting. Let me take a look at his body. Okay, never mind.
Hi.
Why did you move over here? It's,
The struggle...
I feel it's highly important. We investigate anything and everything we can. Which is why I moved over here to investigate. What at first for the investigation? Something other than fear appeared on Elis's face. It was curiosity. What is it? Look at the floor in front of the door.
That's...
This? Yes.
Seriously?
This is just a small piece of scrap metal.
Do you think?
Even so, it's still a part of the crime scene. Necessitates documentation.
That's not important.
Seriously, something this small means nothing. It could have come from the generator or the pipes above us. Ingrid could have been carrying it for all we know. Okay. What have I still not looked at? What's this? Chunks of something red were flowing nearby near the generator. Almost look like metal or maybe plastic? These were originally part of the generator. Colors and materials didn't seem to match, though. What do I still need to look at? The cord? There's a cord in the water. Judging by the length, I think it's an extension cord. But what the hell happened to the other end of it? There's no internal plug, just a frayed tip lined with a black substance. The cord been burnt? I didn't see this cord in the boiler room earlier, so it probably came from someplace else. One of the storage rooms, maybe. It wasn't always in this condition, that's for sure. All the items have been provided so far, light bulbs, speakers, a fridge. They've worked perfectly fine. So what happened to this cord? Why was it even in the water? There's still more I need to investigate here? A knife. A knife? Why was a knife floating in the water? On the blade and the surrounding water I could make something out. The unmistakable color of blood. There's no doubt about it, this knife must do something with the murder. Why the knife was here and not actually on the platform, I had no idea. Alright, it feels like I've given enough the boiler room a good rundown, which means... Just yesterday, Wolfgang was talking with us, eating breakfast with us. Now he's dead. Who had the resolve to commit such needlessly brutal murder? To go so far to mangle his body? I couldn't unpack it. I didn't know how to. This wasn't just some dummy I had to investigate. This was a real person. It's just so far to my expertise, let alone my comfort zone.
Hello.
Do you want to inspect him? Holy crap, did you really have to scare me like that? Yeah, I do want to inspect him. It's just the idea of getting close to him.
Where?
I'll investigate with you. It'll be easier for both of us that way. Right?
Right.
Wolfgang lay completely still, his face frozen in a look of horror. His once bright eyes were shrouded in darkness, and his mouth was open, as if he'd been killed mid-scream. His expression said it all. Wolfgang did everything in his power to make us outcast, and make the worst of us. At times I even hated him for it. This brought no relief to either of us. Wolfgang, what happened in his final moments that left him so terrified? Was it realization he was about to die? Mulling over the what-ifs won't bring me any closer to solving Wolfgang's murder. Right now, my focus should be finding evidence. Begins by investigating his body. There didn't seem to be any strange markings of Wolfgang's face. However, along with the back of his neck was a massive bruise. It looks like a really bad injury. Almost his entire neck is discolored.
Damn.
Right, how did he get this on the back of his neck? Nothing around us seems to have left it. This might sound morbid, but what if it's a sign of his body decomposing?
That's...
Can a body really decompose this fast? It could, or it could not. Probably depends on the environment. As in the temperature. Correct? Cold places are generally better at preserving things than warm human areas like the spoiler room.
Thinking.
Kind of like dairy products. That's a good comparison. Tone-deaf one, but sure. Wolfgang didn't have this bruise yesterday at the very least. If he did, it would have been super noticeable.
fair.
Yeah, true. Turning my attention back to Wolfgang, I caught something on his body. Near the mark of his neck, not directly overlapping it. A red dot? Is that a beauty mark? Doesn't look like it. The skin around the dot seems to be inflamed. It reminds me of a pop pimple. The sort of wound that could easily inflict on yourself.
So...
Then you don't think this is related to the murder? It might not be, but...
There must be something.
Judging by the lack of scabbing, this was infected pretty recently, so we may as well keep it in mind. Interesting. Now that I think about it, the place where Wolfgang laid was odd. What were the chances he would end up here between the only opening of the fence? The one spot where he could kneel over like this. Was it possible he'd been trying to climb onto the platform before he died? It's strange why he didn't use the stairs, though. Even stranger that he was in the water. The way Wolfgang slumped over the platform, it almost like he'd fallen on top of it.
Focus.
Let me see if his palms are scratched. As I knelt to take a closer look, trickling on his hand from under the cuff of Wolfgang's sleeve and onto the rest of his hand, a strange injury looked like a tree sapling. Is this a burn mark? When I looked at Wolfgang's other hand, I saw the same thing. Markings that seemed to extend down the arm.
The hell?
Eva, look at this.
Hello.
Let me see. Yeah, burn marks. That's really horrible. They look little gross veins. What inflicted them?
That's...
It was a taser, and a little ways off and standing. Couldn't find anything to indicate it had been fixed. Or fired. So the only other thing I could think of is the generator.
Is that really true?
Why the generator?
I know.
The thing has clearly been destroyed by something. Maybe Wolfgang got caught on something, and that's how he died.
Not sure.
I'm not sure. The generator seems too far away from where Wolfgang is lying to cause these burns like these.
Look at this.
Plus the room's water isn't conductive, so electricity couldn't have traveled through it.
Right.
You're right. Anything able to melt the generator wires would have burnt his suit to a crisp, too. Exactly.
Thinking.
I think Wolfgang received these burns outside the boiler room. There's just nothing here that could leave these markings. As for the actual place he got burnt, guess we'll have to try and find out ourselves. That is, if such a place even exists. It's possible this generator might not be involved in the murder. It seemed very unlikely that Wolfgang made a detour for the boiler room after being severely burnt. After all, burns would, deathly paralyze someone. As for Wolfgang's palms, they didn't have any markings on them. Still, he must have fallen somehow. Why else would he be lying on this platform? Wolfgang's suit was completely crumpled, a far cry from his once clean appearance. Water had seeped into the pants, completely ruining the fabric. As I leaned in close, I spotted a folded piece of paper sticking out from his back pocket.
Damn.
Really don't want to touch him, but... Found a message from inside. That's some very ugly handwriting. Do you recognize it?
No.
A lot of the text is unreadable. Whoever wrote this probably used a low-quality pen. Although... Secret, 8:15 a.m. Boiler room. Close the door. Doesn't this read a lot like a command? It seems like someone wanted to arrange a private meeting with him here.
I see.
Could that someone be the culprit?
Not sure.
8:15 a.m. That's a long time before the time of death, though. Maybe there was a struggle, or maybe Wolfgang arrived late?
There must be something.
Either way, this message is definitely a valuable clue. It's our only insight into Wolfgang's movements before his death. Well, now that I want to know where everyone was at that time. I woke up at 8:30 a.m. this morning, so I was asleep when this meeting was scheduled to happen. It's only 35 minutes before the tournament. Eva, Cassidy, Mark, and I have already been in the dining hall.
Right.
Setting up the equipment.
That's...
So the other students, directly asking them where they were at 8:15 a.m. might be risky.
Where?
Because they would wonder where we got the time from. Exactly, and I prefer to keep this note between the two of us.
Anyways.
This thing is about a secret. What do you think that means?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not really sure. It could be referring to anything. Anything, huh? You know what it means?
I know.
I have an idea. The author of this letter might be talking about Wolfgang's blackmail.
Huh.
If they claimed to have it, they could have baited him here without much issue. After all, Wolfgang asked us to meet with the person whose blackmail we had.
Strange.
A dear relaxed boiler room is a pretty ominous place to meet someone, though. Could the killer be trying to, frame it on whoever really had the note, which would be me? So are they trying to frame it on me, unintentionally? It would have been Wolfgang's first time here, too, assuming he didn't explore this floor beforehand.
What could it be?
Either he didn't see the super obvious danger in meeting here alone, or he did realize and just didn't care.
Right.
Does that change anything about what I said? Well, duh. If Wolfgang knew the warning signs, his reason for coming might have less to do with integrity.
You see?
And more to do with desperation.
Huh?
Desperation? To know the details of his
I
blackmail
see.
would stand to reason. If only Wolfgang had hidden this note somewhere safe instead of bringing it here, it would have been a valuable evidence. I doubt he could have envisioned something like this happening. He was never really on his guard during the killing game, except around you and me, I guess.
Hello.
Hey, Damon. Since we inspected the boiler room, we should find the students who left and ask them for their testimonies.
Right.
They were upstairs to investigate Wolfgang's dorm, right? Yes, because of what I said earlier. The victim's last known whereabouts are the best places to search for clues.
Okay.
Right, let's see what they've been up to. It's just like... What? What's this? I noticed it. The doorknob, something about it. Looked different. Hey, Eva. The doorknob. I think it's been flipped. Flipped? Are you sure? Take a look for yourself. The first time we woke up here, I'm pretty sure this lock was on the inside, not the outside.
Is that really true?
How would someone be able to flip a doorknob, though?
That's...
By unscrewing it, probably. Okay. Why didn't you say something earlier?
Huh?
What do you mean? This is the first time I've noticed
Is
it.
that really true?
Really? You didn't notice it back when you went to the boiler room with Kai? No, not even then. It might have been because of the darkness or my own nerves. Back then I wasn't paying attention to the small details like this doorknob. All I wanted to do was enter the boiler room.
Anyways.
I know that makes me sound stupid.
Listen to me.
It's okay. I mean, I probably would have noticed the doorknob had I had been there, but that's besides the point. Alright. Anyway, the discovery paints an interesting picture. Since the lock was now accessible from the hallway, you can technically lock the boiler room shut without ever stepping foot in it. Meaning that if you wanted to lock someone inside the boiler room, all you have to do is lure them in and close the door behind them. Interesting.
Moving on.
Come on, we need to collect people's testimonies before the investigation ends. Right, let's go. I'm trying to think, like... It can't be any of the people who were there with us during the game tournament. But I don't know. It could just be as a cover-up story. Actually, Eva, before we go upstairs, it probably worth checking out the storage closets first. Why?
I know.
I found something in the boiler room that we might be related to them. True. Check the extension cords. The extension cord. We should confirm if it indeed comes from a storage closet.
However,
Okay. First I want to talk to
Come
Cassidy.
again?
You want to talk to her? Yes, I want to talk to her. Is that bad? She wasn't much help last investigation. Well, any help is better than no help.
Fair.
Right, I'll talk to Cassidy first and then I'll investigate the storage closets. Hey girl! Cassidy was facing around the hallway with her finger on her chin, seemingly doing nothing.
Yo!
Oh, hey guys! Sorry about noticing you sooner. I was performing a super sweep down of this here hallway. It's a lot of words wandering around aimlessly.
Listen to me.
Can you put your sweep down on hold? I have a really important question.
Okay.
Let's hear it. Just don't drag on too long, Kay. Gotta finish my sweep down before the time's
You
up.
see?
Do you remember who attended the tournament?
Hmm.
The game tournament, huh? Everyone who was slated to join kept their word, so we had a full house.
What about...
8 people in total. Jet, Mark, Grace, Jean, Kai, and 3 of us. Something on your mind? Well, since the murder happened in the boiler room,
Well?
wouldn't that mean everyone in the dining hall has an alibi?
Ooh.
That's a good point! I didn't even think of that. She might be totally right. And since we split into pairs while investigating those rooms and the hall, every pairing can vouch for each other.
Right.
We all split up. What were the groups again?
Yep.
Jet and I explored the storage closet B. Storage closet B?
Check it out.
That's what it's called on the map. So you mean the map the Toaster Trinket? Activated my trinket and sure enough. See, storage closet B. There's also storage closet A, closet C, and storage closet C. It's closet D. So definitely the rooms we explored.
I see.
In that case, Kai and I have explored closet C. Remember it clearly, 2 of us checked the closet above and opposite of the one Cassidy searched. According to this map, only closet fit the perimeters is closet C.
Correct.
Grace and I investigated the closet nearest Damon, so it must have been inside storage closet A.
Yeah.
She was Mark and Jean in storage closet D. Yeah, that makes sense. You know, Damo, since you're here,
Question.
what's the deal with you in the boiler room?
Huh?
What? When Kai told us party peeps about Wolfie, he said you 2 went inside the boiler room.
How?
The heck did you do that for? You were supposed to check out the storage closet.
No.
You're not casting suspicion on me, are you?
Uh,
Me? No way! As far as Cass is concerned, everyone is innocent until proven otherwise. I investigated the storage closet with Kai. We just didn't find anything inside.
Anyway.
Although we did hear someone run down the hallway.
am I hearing you right?
Huh? For real?
Doubt it.
Weird. I don't remember any
It's
footsteps.
the truth.
I do.
Really?
Meh. Eva, did you really? I heard them while Grace and I were investigating the storage room next to
However-
yours. I just brushed it off as my imagination, though.
F.
I guess me and Jed must have been talking over them. Are those footsteps the reason you went to the boiler room, Damo? It's Damon, and yes. They came from the direction of that room, so I just wanted to see the person who was running through them.
For real?
Phooey! Really? I would have just chased after the footsteps. I mean, entering the boiler room after something like that? You weren't scared a murderer was hiding inside? What I actually discovered wasn't much better. True, true. Those footsteps could have been... Then those footsteps, could those have been... I don't know why anyone would be running around those spooky hallways, let alone in the dark.
What about...
Ooh, maybe they were also looking for a backup generator.
That's not important.
I doubt it's that innocent. Considering the person ran away from the crime scene, those footsteps were probably the killers. You mean fresh off committing the murder?
Right.
Fresh off the murder or a bit after. Depends on time when we went downstairs. Thus, bit by bit, the mystery slowly unravels.
My genius is
No need to thank me, this is a day's work. She didn't even do anything.
Interesting.
The map says this is storage closet B.
Right.
Closet Cassidy and Jet explored.
Look.
Do you see that?
Huh?
See what? The box in the corner over there, look. I think I know what
Yeah.
this is. Generator, right? The one you're referring to during the
Correct.
blackout? Yeah, exactly. Since I've explored these rooms before, I knew one of them had a backup generator.
That's...
This closet had the backup generator. Wouldn't that mean the ones who restored the power?
Thinking.
Well, if Cassidy and Jet were the only people who entered this room, then they're the people who brought the power back. Damn, I'm surprised those two actually knew how to navigate a generator. So, Cassidy and Jet found the generator. Okay, this is storage closet
Yeah.
A. Yeah, let's take a look around.
The-
Eh? Eva, look! There's a rolling pin here, and handprints on it too.
Strange.
What are you implying? Someone used this recently, and it's not for intended purposes.
I know.
Look, can you see the handprints on the base of the pin? You aren't rolling much dough if you're wielding this thing like a tennis racket, are you? Pin is really dusty. If it came from the kitchen, it would be clean like the other utensils there. Yeah, agreed. Not only that,
Please.
right, there's a dent on the pin too. Really? On the opposite end of the handprints, can you see it?
Weird.
Okay, yeah, I can see that.
Focus.
Could this pin have something to do with the mark we found on Wolfgang's neck? If it wasn't used to knock him out, it'd not only explain the dent on the pin, but the bruises on Wolfgang's neck. How did it make its way to the closet, though?
Huh?
What do you mean? How did the pin make its way to the closet after the killer used it? Oh,
There must be something.
I mean, if the footsteps Kainai were the killers, how did they chuck the pin in here on their way out?
Absolutely not.
No, that's not what happened.
Huh?
The killer entered this closet and hit the rolling pin.
Listen to me.
Grace and I would have seen them. Crap, of course, she and Grace were investigating this closet at the time. What if the killer placed the pin here before any of us came downstairs? If they were out in the hallway, why didn't they just use that as their chance to escape? Damn it, she's right about that too. Does rolling pin really be unrelated? It lines up so well with other evidence.
Moving on.
So there's a rolling pin in here. I don't know. This is the closet Kai and I explored.
I see.
There doesn't seem to be anything important here. I think we can move on. Okay. So me and Kai got the useless closet. So this is where Jean and Mark went.
Look.
This is closet
Yeah.
D. Yeah, Mark and Jean explored this one. Is there anything weird about this room?
That's...
I think I see something behind these pile of boxes.
Jeez.
So they really are here.
Well,
What's here? Bingo!
strange.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, these are definitely the same type of cord I saw in the boiler room. They still have their other half intact. The channel plugs are slim compared to the other kinds of cords. fact these cords match the one in the boiler means the killer must have rummaged through these closets for equipment. For what reason they needed the cord, I have no idea, but this was still a step in the right direction. Besides that box of cords, nothing in the room standing out to me.
So,
Do you want to move
Yeah.
on? Yeah, let's go. Look through all the closets now.
so,
Did you find everything you need?
Yeah.
Rolling pin, stack of extension cords, there's no doubting the relevance of the case. At least based on what I investigated so far.
Anyway.
Let's go upstairs and collect some testimonies.
Where?
Finally. Okay. I'm really having a big suspect. I don't want it to be them, though. A lot of signs are making me think maybe somehow Grace could have done this murder. I don't know how, because she seems to have a really airtight alibi. Wait, what do you mean there's still things to investigate? I thought we had to go get alibis now. Maybe I talk to Eva one more time? Boo.
Interesting.
Wow, that was easy.
The hell?
Why did you just do that? Let's see if you were nervous. Of
Seriously?
course I'm nervous. You were nervous
No.
earlier. Earlier, yeah, but not anymore.
Moving on.
Anyway, you shouldn't be so nervous. If you're too nervous, you won't be able to think straight, so you should calm down. Easier said than done.
Well,
Well, we already investigated the really ugly stuff, right? You don't need to think about that stuff for now. Just focus on collecting
Listen to
people's
me.
testimonies. I can keep reminding you if you want. Be fine. Okay, now let's head upstairs. What? Heading upstairs would be a bad idea. There are things here in this hallway I need to investigate. What do I still need to investigate? Do I need to talk to Cassidy one more time?
yep. Interest.
The hell? See-
No. Moving on. Well, listen to me.
Maybe I need to look in the closets one more time for something important?
Where?
I'll quickly check everything one more time just to be sure. Maybe check back in the room. Maybe there was something in my room that I just didn't see because they didn't point it out. Huh.
Weird.
Come again?
Cord is... Yeah, it's weird that it's in the crime scene and its name is also weird.
Thinking.
Extension cord is a
Eh?
weird name.
You see,
Those cords aren't even extendable. If they were like those dining tables you could pull apart, the name would make sense. They're only at a fixed length.
rage.
Weirdest name ever. Okay, interesting. Is that all you needed to say, Eva? Just to say that the name extension cord was weird? You're weird. Okay, now can I go upstairs or do I have to go back to the room? Okay, fine. I'll go back to the room with Wolfgang's body and maybe ask for alibis there again.
Weird.
What a weird looking storage
Stop.
closet. Very funny. What the hell do you want me to look at? Am I missing something?
Where? Where?
I'm so confused.
You think?
Like, what else am I supposed to do? This is confusing as heck.
Interesting.
The hell? See,
No, moving on. Well, listen to me.
Yep.
What else am I supposed to look at? Okay, hold on. What the hell? Am I actually genuinely stuck? I need to check something. Wait a minute. That's what I had to look for this whole time? Blood on the freaking floor? You kidding me? Oh my god. Dry blood like in the boiler room? You noticed this blood in here?
Correct.
I noticed you noticing
I
it.
see.
So,
Who did you think left all this blood behind?
Focus.
Can't be Wolfgang's, can it? Considering the sort of injuries he sustained, it wouldn't make sense for him to split a lot of blood.
There must be something.
Which means the only possibility he's left with
what
is...
could it be?
blood belonged to someone else? Yeah, exactly. If I didn't notice the blood here, would you have pointed it out to me? I would have pointed it out to you if the roles were reversed. The way you did not know to step on it.
Right.
Sure, I'd point it
Thanks.
out. Thanks. Okay, I saw the blood. Can I freaking go upstairs now? Thank you! About freaking time. Eloise, no. Right in front of us, a flustered Eloise is huddled with her back to the wall. Standing next to her.
Yeah,
Sup, you guys? Might want to lower your voice around here. Some stuff has happened.
What could it be?
Is something wrong?
hmm.
Sorry, Eloise has a bit of a frightening experience recently.
You think?
Think we all have.
No kidding.
Well, yeah, the scene downstairs is bad, but I'm talking about something else. After Tozu left, we tried going inside Wolfgang's room to look for clues, but when we stepped in, she suddenly pounced on me. She?
Oh.
She dragged me out and Desmond ran after us. I haven't been able to get my heart to stop beating so quickly since... Let me guess, Grace?
Huh?
Hold on, is she referring to?
Shit.
Yep, it's Grace. She's been guarding Wolfgang's dorm ever since she kicked us out. Grace was blocking access to Wolfgang's dorm? What the hell? We can't let her bar us from entering his room. The class trial could start at any moment. That's what I tried telling everyone else, but they pretty much gave up. Jen and Mark went to the dining hall, Diana went to the laundry room, and Toshiko and Ingrid went to the courtyard. Eloise and I, though, we're not gonna let this slide. We gotta get inside that dorm room, so we've been brainstorming other ways to approach Grace.
Think about it this way.
And we landed on something. We're forming a brief inquisition. Inquisition? If Grace doesn't want to cooperate, we'll start badgering her with questions, poke at her ego until it eventually retreats.
Safety first.
If you want, you can join us. A debater might be good at dishing verbal breakdowns, yeah? I did come here to inspect Wolfgang's dorm, so I might as well. If that's the case...
I'm out.
I'll go to the dining hall and ask Jet and Mark for their testimonies.
Eh?
You're not coming along?
Where?
Grace isn't someone I'd like to be around right now. You three can handle her.
Right.
Yeah. No sweat. Have fun with Jet and Mark.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Should we approach Grace then?
Totally.
Yeah, let's not waste any time.
Okay.
Alright. Okay. Do you want to take the lead, Damon? Oh, sure. I was gonna admit to either faces, but the plan seemed pretty hot-baked. Not because I was gonna face off with Grace, because she was too. How could a bumbling person like her be any help in a verbal showdown? Anything, she'd probably make us look uncoordinated. Hey, don't bully Eloise! Alright, Grace, you better let us in right now, girlie. Don't you two yuppies get it? You're not coming in here.
Don't get it mixed up.
Hang on, we're not here for that. Damon just wants to ask you a question.
Back off.
He isn't coming in either.
Jeez.
Why not? I need to investigate Wolfgang's dorm room.
Soybean.
Back off, Soybean! His room is none of your business. Except it is. I have to search its last known whereabouts, which includes his dorm room by default.
See that?
What if I said I've done the job for you?
Come again?
As in you searched the room? High and low. Wanna know what I found? Nothing. For us to believe that, we need to see it for ourselves.
Oi!
You think I'm lying?
Just saying.
There's a chance you could be, unfortunately.
Eh?
Think about it. You haven't given us any reason to believe you. Someone who's got nothing to hide wouldn't be acting so protective right now, you know? It gives the impression there's something you really don't want us to see.
Anyway.
Also, couldn't this be considering breaking the rules? Tozu wants the game to be fair, but being prevented from searching every room doesn't seem very fair.
Don't test me.
Even if it isn't, what are you gonna do? I'll report it to Tozu.
You.
Makes sense.
Nice idea. What do you say we look for him now? Tozu agrees to the sabotage. He might call Mara to hell. Oi! It's not sabotage! I'm not hiding anything about the murder! Don't try to get me involved! Desmond never mentioned Wolfgang's murder.
Anyway.
Grace, girlie, you're acting too sus! Look, just let us into the room. If you're telling the truth, we'll drop our suspicions.
Gotta stay one step ahead.
The reality of the situation is, we gotta invade Wolfgang's privacy if you want to know what happened to him. You would want to investigate our dorms if it were anyone else who died. Thank you, Grace.
Okay.
Yeah. Sweet, thanks, Grace. Besides their relief, we entered Wolfgang's dorm. Thank you. It's okay to not be a bitch sometimes. Very classy in here. So this was Wolfgang's dorm. While some of the expectations are correct, a lot about the room still surprised me. I anticipated the layout resembling the dorms and the decor reflecting his talent, but I didn't anticipate how messy it was. Maybe not as messy, just really casual. A room that clearly been well lived in.
Oi, you.
Don't move things around when you inspect them. I want to keep the room as is. What's this? Clothes are scattered across the room, including a familiar-looking woman's jacket. Nothing about them looks suspicious. Yeah, they did bunk here after all. What's this bear? A large toy bear adorned the bed. Something tells me this didn't belong to the room originally. What's up, Damon?
Hi.
Hey, can you check something out for me?
Easy enough.
In here, or
That's not it.
in the boiler room? I found a taser gun in there.
Are you for real?
I can't tell if it's been fired or not. I don't think it has, but I want to know for sure, because if I'm wrong and this taser gun was used, it might clue us to the nature of Wolfgang's death.
No kidding.
What we're talking about is that big of a deal, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, since you're skilled at using guns,
All
I
good.
figured. No sweat. I'll see you once I'm done here. Thanks for the heads up, Damon. Thank you, Desmond. Wolfgang also had a pin-up calendar in his room. This isn't what I should be focusing on during a murder. I mean, ha ba 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 ha ba ba ba. Eloise is kneeling on the floor, staring through Wolfgang's beside ottoman with a serious look on her
Hi.
face. Hey, can we talk for a second?
Give me a moment.
Okay. Is this something wrong? I want to know your whereabouts during Wolfgang's murder. When the murder happened, I was with Desmond in the courtyard.
Eh?
The courtyard? Yes. You can ask Desmond to confirm if you're confused. No, I'm fine.
It's simple.
Let me just ask this. What were you doing during the blackout? Blackout? Yeah, you did experience it, right?
Not.
No, I don't think there ever was a blackout. We were only alerted to the murder because of Tozu's
I
announcement.
see.
So my theory was right. If Winona never experienced a blackout in the tree room, and Eloise never expected a blackout in the courtyard, both those buildings must have connected to an entirely different power source. We're not here for that, my ass. Hey,
Quit it.
I know you suspect me. I can tell by the look on your face. But I don't know anything about his death. In the dark, like everyone else, she's a person she was also close to. Damn it, get a grip on yourself, Damon. Grace can claim to know nothing about the murder, but what about everything
Anyway.
before it? So I heard a rumor he became Wolfgang's new bunk buddy. This room seems to confirm that. How was he this morning? Grumpy? Happy? Sick.
Eh?
We are planning to go to the game tournament, but he woke up with an egg in his stomach. You up sick? If you're telling me the truth and Wolfgang planned to attend the tournament,
That's not it.
why did he say the opposite yesterday? Admittedly, I'm also a little bit hesitant about attending. I'm not sure if I'll have the time for it. Yeah, that's odd. When I remember, Wolfgang said he'd be too busy to attend the tournament. Heh, like he wanted another round of the pachinko machine.
Watch and learn.
I would know. I interrogated him after breakfast.
No.
What? Seriously what he meant?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, which is why I told him, hey, no, let's do the tournament. He was a bit finicky at first, typical for a soybean, and he eventually caved. Wolfgang was a pachinko player? I'm not sure I can believe that. Then again, some of the paraphernalia in his room looked neither golf nor law related.
Okay.
Alright, so based on what you're saying, Wolfgang agreed to attend the tournament yesterday. However, come this morning, Wolfgang remembered the pirate was attending, so he's suggesting I track down that guy and partner with him instead.
Right.
Because you need to bring a partner to the tournament. Wolfgang, he knew I was miffed about it. He smiled, said as such. But I walked out the door anyway.
Dumbass.
Wolfgang said he was too sick to get out of bed, so I walked away. Wolfgang really had been bedridden. How did he wind up in the boiler room? Either he didn't come on his own volition, or he was never sick to begin with. With the look on her face, I could tell Grace realized the same. All that said, it looks like wasn't like Wolfgang to hide anything. For a guy so gung-ho about honesty, you'd think he would confide it to the person he's closest to. Did the letter I find inside the blazer pocket have something to do with it? Can't trust him. While only a few words were legible, a lot could be gleaned from them. Sample the mention of a secret. Did the rest of the note elaborate on it, or was the word above enough to scare Wolfgang? Maybe he wanted to shield Grace from the information even if he could handle it. Maybe he simply didn't want her to know. Whatever the reason, Wolfgang Akira deliberately hid information from someone. Ironic, huh? That's all I could find. Why was Grace so antsy about people entering? There didn't seem to be anything suspicious lying around. In any case, since I'm done here, I should be heading to the dining hall. Pretty sure that's where Eva said she was going. It's kinda sus of Grace, but I don't think she's the killer. As soon as I entered the room, Eva walked over to me. Hello, I just finished talking to everyone here. Anything important?
Rage.
Nothing important. I don't think Jet and Mark are taking this seriously. This might end like the mock trial, where only a couple people know what they're doing. Do you really think so? All that information definitely didn't bode well for me. Couldn't afford to be discouraged by it. Not unless I want to die in this game.
Focus.
I'll see if I can make those two talk.
Thanks.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Is it me, or is there something funky about this place?
Come again?
What? I don't know, man. Everything feels kinda off. Can't place why, though, and it's bugging the crap out of me. I wish we could have just played Smash Melee and everything be happy.
Hi.
Hey, Desmond and Eloise told me you plan to investigate Wolfgang's dorm. Grace isn't guarding anymore, so you can go inside now. Let me guess, you don't want to investigate?
It's nothing.
I just came here to make sure my interface wasn't damaged. Mark has his priorities. So investigation can spot the difference between life and death, yet his priority was his stupid music equipment. Don't you think it looks suspicious what you're doing?
What?
I heard people are already giving Grace the side-eye for being uncooperative. What might they say if you find out you ditched the investigation?
Slow down.
Yo, hold on! Can't you see the broski isn't feeling well? Give the guy some space!
That's not important.
I don't care, I'm working on a time limit. Who are you to talk anyway? Yeah? Judging by the look on the broski's face, whenever you guys are together...
It's simple.
Out of everyone here, I think I know the least about personal space. What? No way! Sure, Mark might not talk a whole lot, but if he wasn't having fun, do you really think he'd be hanging out so much?
Broskies always stick together.
Come on, broski, back me up here. Time. Uh-huh? What time did the murder happen?
That's...
9:35 a.m. Check this. Pointing to the small digital clock on top of the music pad.
That's...
This is the time of the murder. This is the time of the murder. It was this when I came back here. I think the clock got screwed over by the blackout. So now it's frozen on whatever it was displaying before it lost power. Concerns my suspicion. Blackout, and by association the destruction of the generator, occurred at the time of Wolfgang's murder.
My man.
Nice going, bro! You hit the jackpot! Bet it's cause I was here for you, huh? Sheesh, this is getting hard to watch. Mark just hates people. Shit. Why didn't Tozo fix the blackout himself? Is the maintenance of this place seriously our responsibility?
Not okay!
The fridge and the pantry are restocked every day, though. Can't things just be consistent? Whining aside, he made a good point. Why didn't Tosu fix the blackout? Thinking back on his spiel from earlier. The tablet's information has been divulged in such a way that both the killer and the spotless have an equal chance of success. Tosu did abstain from fixing the blackout because the importance of the killer. That could easily make their escape if no one could see anything.
Wait.
Oh yeah, Damon, since you're here, I've just been thinking really hard about those footsteps we heard
Again?
when we were in the storage closet.
No, seriously.
Yeah, they were soft, right? Like the person was wearing socks.
I see.
Not that you mention it, it didn't sound like socks on a hard floor. If all the things to be right about, it has to be this. What do you mean?
Man.
I mean, why did the killer just wear shoes? Think about it, the sound of something like heels would be pretty distinct, right? Or what about sneakers? They're really squeaky on a smooth floor. And
Don't say that.
what I'm trying to say is you could totally figure out the shoe from the sound it makes. And if you know the shoe the killer had on, you could just look from the person with the matching pair. But socks? Anyone could be wearing socks. Person probably removed their shoes for that reason.
This sucks.
Just our luck. Damn. It's like, great. The first time people had to get together and they're interrupted by murder. Can we still redo the game tournament though? I need to kick Kai's ass. The latter occurred at 9:35 a.m. This is written within the same hour. Take another look at this whiteboard. Yeah, I can see why the killer chose to attack so soon. 8 potential witnesses, all situated in one place, too preoccupied with video games to notice the world around them. It couldn't be a more perfect time to strike. Huh? The knife block had a knife missing from it. Obviously. Okay, so that's where the knife came from. Eh? Oh my, would you look at the time. I dare say we ought to get down. Great, great. Please continue to investigate until then. See you later. Ah, shit. It's only 20 minutes until the trial?
Hang on.
Damon. Jeez, how does he keep scaring me? The investigation's almost over. We need to find the other 3 and hear their testimonies.
That's...
The other 3.
As I was saying,
Toshiko, Ingrid, and Diana.
Jeez.
Alright, calm down. Desmond sat there in the courtyard,
I'm
right?
talking.
And Diana's in the laundry room. And let's talk to Diana first, since the laundry room is in the same building. Meantime, don't panic,
Can't
okay?
you see?
I'm not panicking. She said that. She mentioned for me to follow her over to the door. Even Mike denied it, but the anxiety which had been bubbling up inside her was clearly starting to boil over. Though with how fast my own heart was beating, I guess she was not alone. Okay, we gotta get these last few testimonies. We had the 8 people from the tournament. We had freaking Desmond and Eloise together. I can't remember when... Oh, Winona was with Ulysses. So right now we still need to talk to Diana, Ingrid, and Toshiko. Here's the laundry room. Here we are. Alright, if Desmond's telling the truth, then Diana should be in here. Hi, girly pop. Kinda suspicious of you too, honestly. This can't be happening! This can't be happening! Diana was standing with her back pressed against the walls, arms wrapped around her in a tight embrace. She's even more shape than before. Diana, I need to ask you a question. Please, give me a moment. It's been kinda tough.
No.
The investigation is going to end really soon. We can't wait. Okay, sorry. Where were you during the blackout? Oh, the blackout. Right before the body was discovered. I was just in my room alone doing my makeup. You don't have any makeup on, though. I was experimenting with new combinations, so I wiped it off already.
I see.
So you're alone in your room the entire morning? Yeah, I just wasn't feeling up to it.
Sorry.
Sorry, I'm feeling a little sick all of a sudden. Do you mind if I go back to my dorm? I've asked all the questions I wanted to. Thanks.
So
you think she was acting weird at all?
That's...
No weirder than the others.
where?
I hope Ingrid and Toshiko are still in the courtyard. Won't know until we see for ourselves. Okay, yeah, I am being highly sus on Diana right now. She's all by herself, no freaking alibi. If Ingrid and Toshiko weren't together, I'm going to think it's Diana. Okay, they're those two.
Hello?
Hey, have you been investigating?
Investigating? Unacceptable!
I don't know. What are you expecting me to do?
Seriously?
To look for clues?
Clues? Impossible!
How am I meant to do that? It's not like I had to solve a murder before, you know. My hands have been a bit full, so no luck finding any clues. See why.
moving on.
Okay, well, did you at least notice anything suspicious this morning? Could be a person acting odd or a strange sound. That's what most real-life testimonies talk about anyway.
Think this through.
Person acting odd. Maybe not at the time, but looking back, it definitely seems a little strange. Do you want to tell them, Toshiko? Okay, fine. This morning, I saw Wolfgang.
Huh?
When did you see him? In the dorm hallway on my way back from the pharmacy. Dorm hallway? Just as I was about to enter my room, I saw Wolfgang leave his. Oh, Wolfgang. Oh, what a coincidence running into each other like this. Are you already on your way to the tournament, Miss Kyura? Miss Kyura? It's rather early. Of course not. A professional like myself knows better than to attend some silly party. Right, my apologies. What about you? Are you going to the tournament? That's correct. I'm going to the tournament. I'm just heading to the laundry room right now. There's a batch of clothes I accidentally left behind in there.
That...
Wolfgang said he was going to attend the tournament?
Strange.
Yesterday, he told everyone he was too busy to attend. I assumed he changed his mind. I had no reason to question him. I heard bits and pieces of their conversation from inside my dorm. The whole thing couldn't have lasted longer than a minute.
Bit complicated.
Toshiko and I are bunk buddies, by the way. Thought I mentioned that in case Damon didn't know. Okay, thanks. Anyways, when I heard what Wolfie said, my first thought was, leftover clothes? I don't remember any leftover clothes. But I figured I must have missed remembering, what with my aching head and all. Aching head? I was suffering a terrible headache this morning. Couldn't even see 2 steps in front of me, let alone get up from my bed. That's why I had gone to the pharmacy. I was hoping to procure some medication for Ingrid. Not my proudest moment, I'll admit, but I knew I could trust Toshiko with the job.
So...
Do you know what time the interaction with Wolfgang happened? 8:10, I think.
How should I put it?
The conversation happened just a little after the morning announcement. That I can tell you with confidence. Yes, 10 past would make sense. When the announcement initially played, I was just about to leave the pharmacy. So Wolfgang, he totally looked fine when you saw him.
Sure.
Yes, nothing seemed awry. But Grace lied to me about Wolfgang calling in sick, or she was telling the truth. Wolfgang just got outed as a liar. You could probably deduce an answer. If I know what time Grace left Wolfgang's dorm, she left before 8:10 a.m., then she would have been out of the picture by the time Wolfgang made his move. And that's why she only remembers him in bed. However, if she left after 8:10 a.m., then she would have been there for Wolfgang's encounter with Toshiko. Which means she lied about Wolfgang being bedridden during the period of time she was in his dorm. Funny how she never gave me a time. What else happened after Toshiko saw Wolfgang? That blackout sure gave us a spook. Toshiko and I decided to stay where we were until the lights turned on, though we did watch you and your buddies pass by. You saw that?
How should I put it?
Heard it first, and then took a peek. I would have said something, but it still wasn't feeling my usual self, so we watched up until you all went downstairs. That must have been how you found the crime scene, right? Yeah, that's right.
Too much for me.
Such a terrible sight. I can't believe something here might actually be behind it. Just hope we can solve it. That's... Alright, everyone, that's time. Please drop whatever it is you're doing and proceed to the Tree of Ignorance. Don't make me wait too long, otherwise you'll be in for a shocking surprise. Get it? Because your trinkets can zap you? Anyway, just get a move on. Oh shit, it's trial time. It's time.
Fingers crossed.
You two go on ahead. Toshiko and I will catch up.
Listen to me.
Okay, let's go, Damon. Right. I'm scared for what's about to happen. Eve and I made the short trek to the room with the tree. Once there, we waited for the others to arrive. Eventually, everyone had shown up. So, how are you guys feeling?
Beats me.
Words wouldn't do it justice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty bad. I can't tell you how I feel. I don't even know what I feel. I'd rather save the talking for the trial. Trial. Just a few moments' time. We're gonna be down there. Down there in the trial room fighting for survival, using only our words. Damn it, Damon, get a grip already. Before the door in the tree opens, I need to ask Desmond if he has any new information about the taser gun.
Hi.
Hey. Hey. His voice is steady, but his eyes kept darting around the room. Did you take the taser?
Right.
Right, I did. Any findings? Just one. Gun's blast doors are missing.
Huh?
Blast what?
Eh?
All of a sudden, the ground. Oh no, not again! Hold on to something, everyone! Oh boy. The Tree of Knowledge, a symbol of sentience, intuition, and understanding, exists here only as a barren replica. Tree of Ignorant emulates the wonder of nature, but is not seen as wisdom. Damn it.
Shit.
Well, guess we gotta cut this conversation short. I'll explain everything during the trial. Let's not keep this goat guy waiting.
Holy!
Oh man, this is really happening! We're so screwed, we're definitely gonna die!
It is how it is.
If you go in expecting to fail, chances are you will.
Game over, man! Game over!
I'm gonna think of failure even more because you said that!
Hold your horses.
Look at it this way. Who here are the cards more stacked against? 14 people working together to solve a murder, or one person trying to lead everyone else astray.
Are we ready?
If anyone is for a struggle, it ain't the group of 14.
Do you think?
You make a good point. Statistically, the odds are in our favor here.
It'll be okay.
Exactly. Luck will be on our side.
No, it's not.
If luck was on our side, we wouldn't be in a killing game to start with. Can I say something first before we go?
Oh,
Oh, what is it? It's a message from the killer.
what did you say?
Message for the killer? Person here who killed Wolfgang. Whoever you are, can you please step forward? Huh?
I want to help.
We don't have to do this. The class trial. If you could just find it in yourself to step forward and bring this whole thing to an end already, then please. Despite Diana's pleas, no one came forward.
Come on.
If someone determined enough to commit murder, they won't back down because of a person's pleas. Since we're on the subject, I also got a message for the killer.
Dumbass!
Don't forget that punishment fits the crime, asshole! Enjoy the fucking death penalty! Grace found the words and disappeared into the opening of the tree.
Can I go now?
Co-signed.
Slow down.
Yo, broski, wait up! One by one, people began to follow suit. I guess it's time to go. We knew the stairs would take us, where the elevator afterwards would soon deliver us. Everything beyond that was shrouded in uncertainty. There's no mock trial awaiting us, no Fox murder designed to waste our time with this stupid mystery. This is undoubtedly real. Come on, Damon, get a hold of yourself already. Taking a deep breath, I approached the opening in the tree. Descended into the darkness. It was the same. The same elevator, the same slow churning of metal, echoing sounds of chunky machinery. And yet, something was different. Someone was gone. Someone who I never held in high regard, but was still a person nonetheless. A person with feelings, a person with aspirations, a person with a family, a person who will never get to speak again. Not a single word. Am I ready for this? What I was doing during the investigation, the best I could have done? Will it be enough to carry me through this trial? Will it be enough to lead me to Wolfgang's killer? Until I face this trial head on, There's no way I can place my faith in other people here. There's no way they'll come to the correct conclusion. Our survival depends on me. The elevator began to slow, snapping me back to reality. Just in my time, stood up tall. The movement stopped completely. Doors in front of us opened.
Rise and shine.
Somebody call an ambulance! I think I got a case of deja vu.
Isn't this lovely?
It feels like only yesterday we were playing detective with the corpse of a crime scene. My, how insolent and chipper so many of you used to be.
How interesting.
After all, the back and forth over a simple how-done-it mystery, I'm truly curious what today's trial will yield.
Yeah,
Just to remind myself, our names are on the podium, right? Eager to start, are we?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, to find your podium, just look for where your name is written.
The show must go on.
Come on now, hop to it. I'm so excited I can barely wait a second longer. I really don't want to do this.
Oh, crud.
I gotta do as he says, though. Otherwise the enforcer later might get mad.
Hey,
It's okay, everyone. If we work together, we can do this.
we can't give up.
Right, guys? If we work together, we can solve this case. So, come on. Let's do this for Wolfgang. Lower words elicited nods from the other students. The expressions on their faces told a different story. It's an expression I could help but feel conflicted over in a moment where I shouldn't have been focusing on my feelings. Expression of unmistakable fear. For days now, I've been angry over the mock trial. Angry at how much people resented me for telling the truth. They twisted my words and assumed my intentions. Angry, but that didn't mean I wanted to be right. It would have been happy for the reality to prove me wrong, for no one to buckle under the pressure of the killing game. Good endings like that only exist in stories. Reality was apathetic to what we wanted. The events of today proved we were at its mercy. So I stood there at my podium, conflicted. To think this tragedy could have been avoided had people just listened to me. But who was it that encouraged everyone to turn on me? Who was it that encouraged everyone to trust each other? If Wolfgang had been so naive, if he had just told people to protect themselves rather than each other, then maybe he would still be here. Regardless, I can't let myself be consumed by the what-ifs. Although the others may have failed in preventing Wolfgang's murder, I, at the very least, can solve it. I'll uncover this killer, let them face the consequences of their actions. I'll solve this case, and survive. Alright then, okay, I don't know how I'm gonna feel about this. Okay. I don't really know who to suspect, though. So we know about the blackout that happened, and the people who didn't witness it. The blood spots that were there, that can't be his. The doorknob that had been flipped, Wolfgang's hands that had burn marks. When the blackout happened, it was 9:35 a.m. Why was there an extension cord that came from storage closet D? The footsteps that we heard, and it sounded like there were socks. The people who were at the game tournament, the generator that exploded, Grace's testimony about Wolfgang, the random knife that we found there, the odd smell that was down there, the sharpenel, the steel rolling pins, storage closets that we all went in and investigated, the note that we got to meet at 8:15 a.m., the taser gun that Desmond still has info on, this thin piece of metal, Toshiko's fetch quest, the Tozo tablet, and Wolfgang's neck. Let's begin then.
Let's get this started, shall we? Welcome back to the trial grounds, everyone. Unlike previously, today will be no circus. No mockery woven with stitches and needles. A true, fair, and proper trial will commence. A battle of wits between the blackened and the spotless. I doubt I have to explain the rules to you again. But even so, you must vote for who you believe is the blackened. If the blackened receives the majority of votes, only they will be punished, and the rest of you will resume your killing game experience. However, if you vote for the wrong person, then expect no sympathy from your hosts. All spotless students will meet a tragic end, while the blackened will be granted release from this academy. After discussing, we pray for your survival and success.
My guy goes from literally menacing to, oh, happy discussing, I'm British, it's a good jolly day.
Can someone please break this silence?
I don't want to talk about this.
Wolfgang deserves justice. But putting everyone's lives on the line like this is just cruel.
Oh, crap. Without a lawyer, we're totally screwed.
Whenever I turn my head, I keep expecting to see him at his podium.
Oh, don't cry, Toshiko. He's in a better place now, you hear?
Maybe.
Whichever one of you sick bastards did this, whatever it takes, no matter if I have to kick the brains out of every single person here, I'll find you.
Do you really gotta resort to violence?
Let's just stay calm, okay? Making peace with our situation is, the first step in handling it. How the hell can I stay calm when there's a killer on the loose? That bastard is watching us right now, fully content putting our lives on the line. Is that what you call peace? Being at the mercy of some dickhead silent observer?
Well, nobody knows for sure if the killer is even a silent observer. If anything, the killer might try to feign innocence through other means.
What are you trying to say, girly?
For instance, pretending to be outspoken about the case.
Huh?
What the? Are you accusing me of something?
I mean, what you did during the investigation seems really suspicious.
What did Grace do?
She stood in front of Wolfgang's dorm room and wouldn't let anyone go inside. Intentionally or not, it really hindered our investigation.
Because of Grace, almost everyone who planned to investigate Wolfgang's dorm gave up and went elsewhere. It was only after some of us started protesting that she finally relented.
Girly pop, you did not do yourself justice there.
You know,
I don't
for
think it's
someone who
you, but
seems so
come
adamant
on.
about finding Wolfgang's killer, it's odd she tried to conceal potential evidence.
I'm not saying Grace is definitely the killer. I just think we should be cautious of her.
She has an alibi, though.
Huh?
Grace couldn't have murdered anyone, 'cause she went to the game tournament.
Grace attended the tournament?
Does that rule her out from committing the murder?
Well, yeah. We had to be at the dining hall by 9 a.m.-ish, which was like half an hour before the murder. Nobody left the tournament after it started either. Nobody I know of, anyway.
There weren't many of us there. Had someone disappeared, it would have been obvious.
So, Grace is off the hook? Wow. That plot thread resolved itself quicker than I was anticipating.
So Jean, Grace, and Kai attended Cassidy and Jet's game tournament.
And me.
And Mark.
Damon and I also attended the tournament. We can also vouch for Grace.
Just like, we all have alibis here.
You guys aren't lying, are you?
Lying about Grace?
What the heck? Are you seriously doubting 8 testimonies?
If the 8 of you were really together when Wolfgang was discovered, then Kai, doesn't that contradict what you said before the investigation? You told everyone you and Damon found Wolfgang first. How is that possible if you guys never left the dining hall?
He doesn't know. He doesn't know about the blackout.
I never said I didn't leave the dining hall!
But earlier you told us you were with the other attendees.
That's because us partygoers left the dining hall together.
When the blackout struck, the tournament folk joined arms and headed straight downstairs. I would know. I saw him.
There was a blackout?
You don't remember?
Actually, I don't recall a power outage either.
How could that be? Did an alternate timeline converge with ours?
No, girly, it's simple as that. Thinking back on testimonies I collected, I can probably make an educated guess. Why is it that some people can recall a blackout but not the other? Affected only one building.
I got it. The reason not everyone experienced the blackout is because only the building containing our dorms was affected. If I had to guess, the courtyard and tree area are connected to separate power sources.
So the tournament attendees were affected, yet they left the dining hall? Why not stay put until the power returned?
Because we were the ones who brought it back. It didn't seem like the power was being restored anytime soon, so we took up the challenge of fixing it ourselves.
Just like, yeah, like if we didn't do shit, we would have been in the dark for hours.
And just our luck, boom! We found a spare generator lying in one of the storage closets. Of course, then we found Wolfgang.
She's right. The 8 of us split into 4 pairs and inspected a storage room each.
Because of the toaster trinket map, we know which ones, too. Eva and Grace check storage closet A. Damon and Kai check storage closet C. And Jean and Mark check storage closet D.
Yeah, I was with Grace. She can confirm being with me, too. Yeah, we were together.
Oh, I didn't realize. I'm so sorry for what I said earlier.
Sorry? You're sorry for accusing me of murder. Sorry doesn't cut it, you conniving two-faced bitch! If you really want my mercy, then get on your knees and beg for it!
Whoa! Uncool, dude.
Hang on. Even if you aren't involved in Wolfgang's murder, you must know something about his last known whereabouts.
What makes you think she'd be privy to that?
You see, there's proof Grace spent last night with Wolfgang.
Grace and Loya Man? Talk about an unexpected pairing.
I mean, we saw them together like the first day, so it makes
When
sense.
I investigated Wolfgang's room, I saw a bunch of golfing equipment inside. Also, there was a blue woman's jacket tossed over the mantle of Wolfgang's bed.
Ugh. He's right. I also saw the equipment and the clothes.
The clothes are understandable, maybe. But why was golfing equipment in the room?
Yo, little history dude. Wolfgang must have spilt the beans with you, right?
Why would Ulysses know anything?
Common courtesy. If you're gonna have a one-night stand, you gotta let your roomie know in advance.
Hey, Jet, no.
Common courtesy also says you should watch your mouth around children.
Yes, ma'am.
There's a child
so
here.
If I'm getting this right, Ulysses is bunking with Wolfgang?
Well, we only shared a dorm for one night.
You aren't bunking with him anymore?
Let me provide some context.
It's like, you aren't bunking with him anymore? Toshiko, he's dead.
As you may remember, after Desmond suggested everyone bunk together, the male students were directed to the dining hall. Once there, we played rock, paper, scissors to determine who would partner with who. Jet partnered with Mark, Desmond with Jean, Damon with Kai, and I with Wolfgang. Those were the pairings at the time. However, the following day, Grace and I agreed to swap rooms.
Yeah? Why'd you do that?
For reasons.
Totally not suspicious.
It was a win-win situation. I get Grace out of my hair. She gets me out of hers.
You two were originally bunking together?
The pairings were decided via a game of tic-tac-toe. I wasn't big on my partner being chosen for me, so when the opportunity arose to change that, I took it.
Thus, I became Winona's roommate, and Grace became Wolfgang's.
Can confirm. I watched the whole thing play out.
Since the room swap happened the night after we implemented the bunk buddy system, that would mean Grace and Wolfgang have been bunking for about a day and a half. Ugh, gross.
In that case, Desmond was right about those two being together last night. Grace, did Wolfgang act strange at any point? Like, maybe he said something that stuck out to you, or, maybe had trouble getting to sleep?
No. Nothing weird happened last night. Nothing happened last night. But
The morning of the murder, this morning, Wolfgang told me he felt sick.
Sick?
With a stomachache. It hurt so bad he couldn't get out of bed. I was gonna cancel my plans for today, but he convinced me to attend the tournament. So, I left his room right after the morning announcement. And yes, I'm talking about the game tournament. The same one Wolfgang acted all hesitant about attending. Newsflash, I changed his mind after breakfast yesterday.
Hold on a sec. That ain't what you told me this morning.
What did Grace tell you?
Simply put, she felt like competing. Grace knew I planned to compete as well, so she asked me to be her sparring partner, since you needed one to enter the tournament.
She withheld information.
Aye, that she did. Of course, since I now know Wolfgang's condition at the time, I can't say I blame her. If someone you cared for was in a vulnerable position, would you go around and admit that in a killing game? No. You would try to protect that person by saying nothing at all.
Understandable.
When you put it that way. Man, sounds rough.
I think it's obtuse.
Huh?
Say we assume the best of Grace. She withheld information not to trick anyone, but to protect someone she cares about. What then should we make of the glaring contradiction in her testimony?
The hell you mean, contradiction?
If your bunking partner was too ill to make the short trek to the dining hall, how did he walk all the way to the boiler room?
Good point. If Wolfgang really were bedridden, he would have stayed in his room.
Now that you mention it, to reach the underground floor, wouldn't Wolfgang need to descend, like, 4 flights of stairs? It's nothing for a healthy person, but for a guy who's supposedly really sick...
It's not my fault it doesn't make sense. It's just what Wolfgang told me.
Yeah. Didn't we decide Grace wasn't the killer anyway?
That's not to say she doesn't know more than she's letting on.
I'm not withholding anything else. Leave me alone.
There's more to the story than Grace is telling us. Too many people are letting their emotions cloud their judgment. Maybe solve this mystery and set things straight. Minigame!
Why don't you tell everyone the truth, Grace?
I've got nothing else to explain. The last I saw Wolfgang, he was in our dorm room.
Okay, hear me out. Secret hallways.
No.
We would have found those by now.
Maybe Wolfgang was carried by the killer.
No.
That, or Wolfgang never told Grace he was sick.
I wouldn't lie about what he said.
What if Wolfgang used the elevator in the tree?
You're not helping.
There was a major discrepancy in Grace's testimony, but is she necessarily at fault for that?
Why don't you tell everyone the truth, Grace?
I've got nothing else to explain. The last I saw Wolfgang, he was in our dorm room.
Okay, hear me out. Secret hallways.
We would have found those by now.
Maybe Wolfgang was carried by the killer.
That, Grace, he was sick.
I wouldn't lie about what he said.
The tree.
Why don't you tell everyone the truth, Grace?
I've got nothing else to explain.
Let me check.
The last I saw Wolfgang, he was in our room.
Okay, hear me out.
We would have found those by now. Maybe Wolfgang was carried by the killer.
No, that's wrong!
It's true Grace's testimony is inconsistent with where we found Wolfgang's body. But that's not Grace's fault. The only person we should be blaming is Wolfgang himself.
What the heck? Why are you blaming him?
Simple. Because he lied about being sick.
Seriously?
You can cooperate. Can't you, Toshiko? During the investigation, you told me you saw Wolfgang in the hallways at 8:10 a.m.
That's after I left.
Yes. I remember now. Ingrid. She had developed a headache, so I went to the pharmacy to find some medication. The trip itself went fine, but when I returned to the hallway, I found myself face to face
with Wolfgang?
Hold the phone! Toshiko actually saw Wolfgang?
We had a normal, pleasant exchange. He appeared perfectly healthy and even mentioned going to the tournament. Of course, he never made it.
I don't want to be that guy, but can anyone confirm this?
Mm-hmm. I heard them chatting a while in my room. Though I was bedridden like a sitting ghost, I could still make out their voices here and there.
Strange. He told Grace he wouldn't attend the tournament, but then said the opposite to Toshiko.
What is Wolfgang
Sounds
doing?
like he was telling fibs to conceal his actual intentions.
And what's his true plan supposed to be?
To go to the boiler room. Most likely.
I'm lost. What business would a guy like him have down there?
Why did Wolfgang go to the boiler room? I can also answer. It's due to that note that we found.
This is it. During the investigation,
You would go
I
there
found this note
to
tucked
follow
away
what
inside
happened,
Wolfgang's blazer
and whoever
pocket.
the murderer is down there.
A lot of it is water damaged. The paper looks like it was ripped from a notebook, and the handwriting was done in ink, but some parts are still legible.
Secret 8:15 a.m. boiler room. Close the door.
This mentions the boiler room.
Exactly. The fact we found Wolfgang in the boiler room, and this note in his pocket, it can't be a coincidence. This note must be the reason Wolfgang went there.
That mention of a secret sure is suspicious. I'm willing to bet Wolfie's reason had something to do with it.
Agreeing to meet a stranger in some spooky, dark place? Wolfgang had nerves of steel.
Ulysses, Grace, do you remember Wolfgang getting delivered a weird note?
No. The only time I recall him receiving anything was when Tozu distributed those envelopes.
I don't know anything about a note.
Really? Wolfgang shared nothing with you guys?
Guess he didn't want them to know what it said.
Right. And if Wolfgang wanted to keep this note a secret, he would obviously want to keep the meeting a secret too.
For someone who hates lies, he did a lot of
Then
it.
the reason he told Grace he felt sick
Was to remove her from the picture. Yeah, once she's not in the room, Wolfgang has his opportunity to sneak out and head downstairs. That's also why he encouraged her to attend the tournament.
Didn't this same guy ask us to share our blackmail with each other? Talk about double standards.
Are we sure he wasn't just trying to protect Grace? Maybe he knew he was meeting someone dangerous, so he thought it would be safer not to involve her.
That does sound like something Wolfgang would do.
Not to interrupt, but on the subject of blackmail, did Wolfgang ever confront the person he had?
Oh? You don't know whose blackmail he got?
Well, if you recall what Wolfgang said originally.
For that reason, I implore you all to speak with the person whose blackmail you have, and them only. Even if the contents of the envelope seem horrible, give them person a chance to explain themselves.
Regardless of the blackmail's contents, it would be treated as a matter between the recipient and the subject of the blackmail, and no one else. Which makes me wonder, could whether or not Wolfgang confronted his person clue us into what had originally been written on that note?
I'm not picking up what you're putting down.
If that person somehow realized Wolfgang carried their blackmail, but never came forward about it, they could have demanded Wolfgang show it to them, hence the mention of a secret. However, if Wolfgang did confront his person, I don't see why that same person would then send him a threatening note. Not least act coy about information they both know.
If the person being blackmailed wasn't the one who wrote the note, who was?
Obviously, it would be the student with Wolfgang's blackmail.
That's me.
Oh, I knew that.
Yes, the secret in question may actually be a reference to Wolfgang's blackmail, not the sender's.
Is there any way to figure out whose secret it is?
We'd probably need to know whose blackmail Wolfgang had first.
Oh, I've got just the idea. Yo! Person who Wolfgang had blackmail on! If he gave you your blackmail back, can you say something?
Don't forget the person with Wolfgang's blackmail.
Oh, right. Hey! Person who's got Wolfgang's blackmail! If you're innocent, say something already!
If I'm innocent, I should say something. But telling everyone I have Wolfgang's blackmail really guarantee my innocence in their eyes? I don't know. Although everyone may follow my direction during the trial, since they can't ignore the evidence on my side. When it comes to me of all people owning Wolfgang's blackmail, how do I know they won't suddenly change their tune? They might chastise me for not revealing this blackmail sooner, or maybe they'll think I'm confessing and accuse me of murdering him. It's not like I wouldn't be able to refute their arguments, but do I really want to subject myself to all of that? Does the trajectory of this trial really depend whether or not
I was hesitant to admit it, since I knew it would put me on the spot. But I'd rather be suspected than be the reason this trial comes to a standstill.
Eh?
Are you confessing? Do you have Wolfgang's blackmail?
Nah, not his.
Seriously? Way to be anticlimactic.
However, it's thanks to him that I have my own.
Your own?
Wolfgang approached me the same day everyone received an envelope. Funnily enough, it happened right after I'd finished speaking with my own person. He and we had a good talk. He gave me his envelope and asked me to take care of it, if you need the proof.
Ah, Wolfgang's envelope had the same signature.
Aye. I held on to the letter for safekeeping. This should have all been said sooner. I realized that. I suppose my pride was stronger than my rectitude. My mistake for stringing everyone along.
I mean, at least you're honest.
Truth? Thanks for letting us know, bud.
It's just like, at least you're honest. I literally already know who has Wolfgang's freaking blackmail, because I literally shared a room with him.
Indeed. To acknowledge one's own misdoings is a most virtuous feat, I believe.
Right. It's very noble.
If I revealed my blackmail right now, would everyone here treat me the same? Would they be just as
I
forgiving?
take it our other blackmail person isn't gonna step forward?
If nothing happens, let's just have everyone recite whose blackmail they got one by one.
Huh? You sure that's a good idea?
No one's reciting shit.
It was only a suggestion. Calm your farm.
Even if we knew who had Wolfgang's blackmail, that doesn't necessarily mean they're his killer. It's annoying they won't speak up, sure.
Just say something!
But unlike John, they would actually need to reveal Wolfgang's blackmail to prove they have it. This person might just want to respect Wolfgang's request to keep the blackmail between two people. Especially now that he's gone.
Kai, at this moment, just call him out.
I don't know. Is it really okay if we never find out?
Circumstantial evidence alone can't prove
It's
something
like Kai
beyond a
and Eva
reasonable
both
doubt.
know.
If we want to solve this case, we need indisputable evidence.
Yeah. It's like doing a jigsaw puzzle without the box art to help you.
The case is?
Obviously, the case. The more pieces you connect, the clearer the image you're constructing becomes. The clearer the image, the more you can assume about it. Do you see what I'm saying? Once we know how Wolfgang died, the rest of this case should fall into place.
You certainly talk a lot stranger than you used to. But I think I get it.
Well, I don't want to be the one to start, but we can all agree Wolfgang was stabbed to death, right?
Stabbed to death?
When I was in the boiler room, I saw a knife bobbing around in the water near him. And on the ground, there was blood. Dried blood. On the boiler room floor and on the hallway floor.
That's gotta be Wolfgang's blood, right?
The knife was bloody, so...
Seems like a brawl happened in the hallway. While poor Wolfie was minding his own business, he was confronted by the killer, who attacked him and chased him into the boiler room.
So little
That
blood, though.
would line up with how we found him.
The killer stabbed Wolfgang in the hallway, then followed him into the boiler room? That's not what happened. I need to show everyone where they gone wrong. Doesn't make sense.
Is this really how you guys think Wolfgang died?
The bloody knife is way too big of a coincidence. It was floating in the water right next to him.
Not just that, there's blood on the boiler room floor and along the underground hallway.
A confrontation must have happened in those hallways.
Nah, it was probably a sneak attack. The killer snuck up on Wolfgang, stabbed him from behind, and the rest is history.
With that knife-wielding villain on his tail, Wolfgang had no other place to run but the boiler room.
So, the killer entered the boiler room after him, which was when they, ended it.
It all makes sense.
Whatever story they're trying to spin here, it's definitely not the truth. I can conclude as much from the crime scene.
Is this really how you guys think Wolfgang died?
The bloody knife is way too big of a coincidence.
His hands. No.
It was floating in the water right next to it.
Not just that, there's blood on the boiler room floor. And along the underground hallway. A confrontation must have happened in those hallways.
Yeah, it was probably a sneak attack.
The killer snuck up on Wolfgang, stabbed him from behind.
That does not dispute the possibility of a confrontation.
Damn it, she's right. You're not even the one that I shot.
The bloody knife is way too big of a coincidence. It was floating in the water right next to it.
Not just that, there's blood on the boiler room floor.
And along the underground hallway. A confrontation must have happened in those hallways.
Yeah, it was probably a sneak attack. The killer snuck up on Wolfgang, stabbed him from behind. And the rest is history.
With that knife wielding villain on his tail, Wolfgang had no other place to run but the boiler room.
Not feeling what you're dealing, bro.
Rethink my approach.
Is this really
how you guys think Wolfgang died?
The bloody knife is way too big of a coincidence.
It was floating in the water right next to him.
Not just that, there's blood on the boiler room floor.
Let me check the tablet too.
And along the underground hallway. A confrontation must have happened in those hallways.
Yeah, it was probably a sneak attack. The killer snuck up on Wolfgang.
Stabbed him from behind.
Okay.
No, that's wrong!
I had a feeling it had to do with how he was found.
Jed, you talk a lot about the knife and the bloodstains on the floor, but did you ever look at Wolfgang himself?
I gave him a glance. Nothing too deep.
I figured. Had you actually taken the time to look at Wolfgang's back, you would have noticed a clear absence of stab wounds. In fact, none of the injuries he sustained were the type to cause severe blood loss. Seriously. We went over the same thing with Cassidy during the mock trial. Couldn't you give Wolfgang the dignity of a proper investigation?
Hey, man! It's not like I didn't try! It's just... this stuff doesn't come easy, you know? Nobody wakes up thinking they'll have to solve their buddy's murder like...
Isn't that exactly what you should be worrying about in a killing game?
Not everyone has the stomach for investigating. That's fine. That's why you got people like me to do the heavy lifting. Since some of us here weren't able to investigate Wolfgang's body, I'll lay out his injuries. There were 2 marks on the back of his neck, a bruise, and a tiny red dot. His hands were burnt too, so 3 injuries in total. Besides that, I caught nothing else.
Burns, you say?
Junior high, my dear Wilson? The killer used a flamethrower.
These didn't look like normal burns.
Freaking...
Not the sort you'd get from a stove fire.
She's stupid.
Or a hot...
Contradicting my theory
Cassidy.
outright? Jeez. So this is the thanks I get for vocalizing my thoughts?
Sorry, lass.
Yes, if I may add on to what John said, the burns actually bore a strong resemblance to what you might see in cases of corona paralysis.
Chiaro.
What?
Huh?
Ooh, now this I know. Coronoparalysis. It's something which happens to lightning strike victims.
Oh.
Getting struck by lightning is like getting kicked by a horse. The impact is so shocking. Some people will lose all feeling in their limbs for a few hours.
I was aware of lightning paralysis, but even I didn't know its official name. That's a nice head you've got on your shoulders.
Lots of people tend to overlook the importance of lightning safety, especially where I'm from. My grandpappy once tried working out in the open during a thunderstorm. Pure luck's the only reason he lived to see the next day.
Damn.
Sorry to hear that and all, but what does lightning have to do with anything?
Well, if I had to guess, Ulysses, did it look like a big old tree was drawn on Wolfie?
A big old tree. Yes, that's how I would describe the burns on Wolfgang.
So Wolfgang had lightning strike scars?
We're trapped inside a building, though. Lightning can't come from anywhere.
The
Could
generator.
he not have been struck before the killing game? Fate is stronger than will, you know. Perhaps the deity decreed the glow of his altruism from their heavenly abode and felt him a threat.
Nay, those burns were fresh. One look was all it took for me to know that. If he had these scars before, we would have noticed them anyway.
But if those marks were recently inflicted, wouldn't it mean Wolfgang somehow went outside?
Not necessarily. This is only something I thought of just now, but the reason Wolfgang sustained burns similar to that of lightning strike victims may be because whatever inflicted his burns was equivalent in damage to a lightning strike.
You saying there's something out here channeling the power of lightning?
Something equivalent to damage of a lightning strike. The idea sounded ridiculous, but when I think back on the boiler room and what was inside it, right, if I take that object into consideration, Ulysses' theory sounds like it holds some weight. Generator.
This is it. Ulysses, since you write everything down, do you have a description of the boiler room in your notebook?
Yes, I do. Why?
Since some people here never investigated the crime scene, they probably aren't as familiar with the room as we are. So, you should read out your description of it.
Sure. The boiler room consists of a small concrete platform surrounded by ankle-deep water. Throughout the room are boxes filled with various garbage, and in the back looks to be a generator, charred beyond belief. What you just heard is a brief summary of my notes.
Hear that? There's a generator inside the boiler room. Of all the things which could deal similar damage to a lightning strike, doesn't a generator sound the most likely?
Didn't Ulysses say it was destroyed?
At the time of the investigation, sure. But it wasn't always destroyed. You probably don't remember. But back when we found the dummy, I mentioned something about the underground floor. To be more specific, it was the boiler room I woke up inside. I hadn't been alone either. Ava was also there.
I woke up first.
When we woke up, right?
Right.
So in the time since you woke up there, the generator was destroyed?
It's the only possibility. As for what destroyed the generator, well, it's hard to say for sure. My best guess would
Don't waste my time. Two things. First, destroyed is overly vague. Ulysses explained the state of the generator much better. Charred beyond belief. Second, and more importantly, where's your proof the generator inflicted those burns?
What are you talking about? The generator must be involved. It's near where Wolfgang is lying.
Being within range of something counts as proof now, does it? Do you also consider happenstance as conclusive evidence? Funny how the standards shift, if so.
That?
Damn it, she's trying to make me look like an idiot. I let this continue, the others might start doubting me. I need to stop her before she veers the trial off track. You think you're so smart, you little bit. You thought you were the only ones with an interjection animation? Think again. Sometimes a student may dislike your arguments so much they will innate a one-on-one debate known as Rebuttal Showdown. During Rebuttal Showdown, your opponent will fling a flurry of remarks at you. It's your job to counter them. Use the WASD keys to slice through your opponent's argument. Naturally, you'll slash the direction with the opponent's press. To slice diagonally, simply press 2 keys at the same time. Be sure to place close attention to the shape and size of the position of your opponent's remarks, so he will clue you in what direction you should slice. Let me strike the white text and green screen likewise. This white text on the orange side will shift right. If you cut through the remarks, you will advance to the next stage. If you haven't, you'll retreat. If you're somewhere in the middle, you and your opponent will wrestle and control for a short round of the cross swords. In order to gain the upper hand, you must rapidly left-click. Now to the meat of the duel, Truth Blades. Similar to non-stop debates, any suspected contradictions will be highlighted in gold. Hold down the right click to slice them apart with the Truth Blade. Of course, start slicing the second you see gold. Assess the validity of the... Don't start slicing the second you see gold. Assess the validity of the mark, and check you have the correct Truth Blade equipped. Now, let's not keep Winona waiting any longer. It's a battle. I will enjoy cutting you down to size.
While the generator may look suspicious, consider the time you're working with. If the only time you saw the generator in full working condition was on the day of our kidnapping, that gives us a period of almost 4 days, in which the generator might have been destroyed.
Success.
What about the blackout? It's impossible for the generator to cause the blackout if it was already broken prior to the tournament.
What about the blackout? The building may very well have lost its power at any point before or after the murder. You only assume it happened during it. Not the smartest argument from a supposed ultimate debater.
How do I cycle? I have to do that. No, the blackout is definitely connected to Wolfgang's death, but it's a certain piece of evidence that proves the two events are correlated.
What about the blackout? The building may very well have lost its power at any point before or after the murder. You only assume it happened during it. Not the smartest argument from a supposed ultimate debater. What about the blackout? The building may very well have lost its power at any point before or after the murder. Is being moronic standard procedure in debate? Or are you really that strapped for an argument?
Damn it, what the hell am I thinking?
What about the blackout? The building may very well have lost its power at any point before or after.
I'll cut through those words!
When the blackout happened, it froze a piece of equipment which had been set up for the game tournament, Mark's DJ pad. While there was no physical clock inside the dining hall, a digital one has been built into Mark's pad. If you look at what time the digital clock is frozen on, it matches the time of death listed on the tablet, 9:35 a.m.
Well, Mark, is this true?
There's no point in me saying anything when someone else has already said it better.
Just answer with a yes or no, will you?
Yes.
It's like, I
Too much of a coincidence. The destruction of the generator caused the blackout, and the blackout occurred at the time of the murder. There's no way the destruction of the generator wasn't tied to Wolfgang's death.
What do you suppose happened then?
I'm willing to bet the generator's destruction resulted in the boiler room's water becoming electrified. Since Wolfgang was discovered kneeling in the water, we can reason he was standing in it at the time this happened. And
Damon, you and I both know that's not true.
Are you stupid, Damon? Did you forget?
Huh?
Did you forget? It's impossible for the water in the boiler room to play a role in Wolfgang's murder, because it isn't even conductive.
It's not?
After Damon and I woke up in the boiler room, I wanted to investigate the flooded area. So, I tested the water.
It's like, Damon, how did you forget this?
I even redid my test during the investigation, since Damon wasn't sure if he should touch Wolfgang's wet clothes. In both instances, I proved the water was safe to enter. To be honest, neither result really surprised me. Water will only act as a conductor if it makes contact with two separate energy sources. The boiler room's generator is just one source.
If you're standing in the water, one outlet should be enough. Speaking from experience, large bodies of water are terrifying conductors during storms. All it takes is one lightning bolt, and the surrounding miles are scorched.
But the generator is a slow, persistent source of electricity. It's not the same as a lightning strike.
Electricity is electricity. Doesn't matter how it manifests. The reason you two avoided electrocution is because the generator's exposed wires aren't even touching the water. If they were, you would have been scorched right from the start.
Maybe when the generator was destroyed, some of the wiring fell into the water?
Nah. Even in its current sorry state, the generator's wires are nowhere near the water.
It doesn't make sense for the generator to pose a danger anyway. The point of the killing game is for the students to kill each other, not for the facility to kill the students. A feature of the building killing a student would be a meaningless death because you can't attribute a student killer to it.
As for why the generator's been charred, sometimes electrical faults happen. Even my ship's engines have broken under particularly relentless storms. And if an electrical fault caused Wolfgang's death, then his murder is purely on the hosts, ain't it?
No.
Of course! If we were responsible for his death, you lot wouldn't be here discussing it.
Is the generator really unrelated to the case? The timing of the blackout is too perfect. Can't be a coincidence.
Okay, since we've ruled out the generator, What else could have electrocuted Wolfgang?
The taser?
It mightn't be relevant, but I did see one other thing on the boiler room floor. A toy gun or something. At least, that's how it came across to me.
Not a toy gun, a taser gun.
A taser? I'll shoot electricity!
I'm not sure how the taser fits in with this case, though. It doesn't seem to have been used.
Nope. The taser was definitely used.
How so? I didn't catch any sort of string protruding from it.
Not all taser guns release a string when fired. For those types, you can tell they've been used if their blast doors are missing. Side note, blast doors are plastic panels which cover the muzzle of a taser. When I was investigating the crime scene, I found the taser gun in one spot and its blast doors in another.
And here I was thinking the yellow bits were just random trash.
Where the heck did a taser gun even come from? Last time I checked, there weren't any lying around in the storage closets.
Maybe it belongs to someone here.
Huh?
Just think about it for 1 second. Everyone here has a dorm room which is themed around their talent. Mine's got DJ equipment, Jet's got car batteries. If that's what we have with our talents, what could...
Are you talking about, like, knives and stuff? What? Is there something on my face?
Forget this. The person I'm talking about is Desmond.
Wait.
Huh? No way! You think the gun is Desmond's?
Yeah.
Hang on. You've got it all mixed up.
Jean? Do you know anything about this? As Desmond's roommate, perhaps you spotted something inside his dorm.
Alas, we stayed in my abode. I couldn't tell you if he had weapons.
Talk about suspicious.
Did Desmond agree to bunk in Jean's dorm so Jean wouldn't see the weapons in his?
Listen, I get where you guys are coming from, but that taser gun, it's not mine. I've never seen anything like it.
No, that's a lie.
A lie?
Huh? The attempt to feign innocence won't fool me, not when I know the truth. What proves Desmond is lying? Just blackmail?
I got it. The blackmail tools you gave us. That's my evidence.
You didn't get mine, did you?
No. But the person who did informed me of what it said.
Oh, Eva had it. With weapons at hand, Desmond guards the only one he trusts.
The writing style seems to match. I think it's legit.
That's more than a little suspicious, don't you think? Leaving a bunch of weapons unguarded during a killing game?
Don't judge me. This is the first time I'm hearing of it too.
You didn't know there were weapons in your room?
Yep, no idea.
Our rooms aren't particularly subtle in their theming. Are we supposed to believe yours is any different?
It is themed. I'm not denying that. But I sure as hell didn't catch sight of any weapons. If I did, do you seriously think I'd leave them unguarded and risk being found out?
Yeah. Desmond cares too much about everyone. He pointed out the broken doorknobs and gave us the idea to bunk together. Why would he hide weapons in his room?
Someone must have gotten the idea to rifle through my dorm because of my talent and found the taser gun hidden inside. There's no other way to explain it.
So while Desmond gets a bunch of guns, all I get is an old game console and a dead controller?
Take the bad with the good, dearest pupil. No one fears game consoles. Well, no one besides parents and the religiously inclined.
Oh my god, that's so true though.
Enough talking about consoles. Why are you guys believing Desmond so easily? If the taser gun belongs to him, then he's the killer. Any argument he makes against it is just a flimsy excuse.
Okay then, it's getting a bit heated now.
Desmond is the killer. The taser gun came from his room.
I had no idea the gun even existed. I was barely in my dorm to begin with.
Because you wanted to draw attention away from your weapons hoard.
But... If this is about avoiding suspicion, why did Desmond say the taser gun was fired? I don't think a killer would draw attention to their own murder weapon.
I was with Desmond.
I call it reverse psychology. You sprinkle in a little helpfulness, and suddenly everyone trusts you.
When the murder happened,
Is Desmond innocent? When I compare evidence to everyone's statements. It's like, guys, he has an alibi.
I was burying my door to begin with. Because you wanted to draw attention away from your weapon court! If this is about avoiding suspicion, why did Desmond say the teaser gun was fired?
I don't
The killer would draw attention to their own murder.
weapon.
I was with Desmond.
I got it.
Like, let her speak, everyone! Like, let Eloise speak. She actually knows what she's saying.
Desmond knew about the gun. He definitely wasn't involved in the murder. Eloise can back me up on this.
Right. Desmond and I, we were together in the courtyard at the time of Wolfgang's death.
I see. Then both of you can be ruled out as suspects.
Don't just take her word for it. She could be covering for Desmond.
Jeez, if you have a bone to pick with these guys, at least save it for when we're not solving a murder.
Yeah! Why don't you want to believe Eloise?
Ever since the investigation, these two yuppies have been on my case non-stop. They're obviously working together.
Not gonna lie, I see where Grace is coming from. When Eloise tried to single her out earlier, Desmond was pretty quick to jump in and agree.
Even so, since the topic has been brought up, I would like to mention something. During my trip to the pharmacy, I believe I saw
Okay,
Desmond
good.
and Eloise
Thank
in the
you,
courtyard
Toshiko.
together.
You also said you were back in the hallways around 8-10 a.m., didn't you? That means those two were wandering around unsupervised. Either one of them could have left the courtyard.
If Desmond was the killer, what would Eloise gain from defending him? Should the wrong vote be cast? Nothing about the rules suggests an accomplice of the killer would be exempt from execution.
That's right! And even if she was exempt, Eloise is too nice to be an accomplice to murder.
Grace, I realize Desmond's irked you, but that's no reason to keep steering everyone down a dead end.
Just, Grace, admit that you're being a girl failure right now.
Let's move on.
A person who's always steering others down a dead end, huh? I guess they needed a GPS. Anyway, we should totally thank Desmond for clearing things up now. Not only do we know he's not the killer, now we know how the killer got their hands on the taser.
Now we know how... What?
Someone must have gotten the idea to rifle through my dorm because of my talent, and found the taser gun hidden inside.
Yup, that is word for word what Desmond said.
Right. Good memory.
All in a day's work, babe!
Can you repeat that quote, Cassidy?
Again? But I just said it.
Yeah, but I want you to say it again.
Alright. Someone must have gotten the idea to rifle through my dorm because of my talent and found the taser gun hidden inside.
Is there something on your mind?
If Desmond's testimony is anything to go by, then wouldn't this mean the culprit has to be male?
What?
If I remember correctly, all the guys were aware of each other's pairings. With that sort of knowledge, a male student could try and infiltrate another male student's dorm.
None of us knew which room we'd be bunking in.
It only takes a quick peek to check if someone's inside or not. Anyone could have done that.
And who's to say the thief didn't barge in before we started bunking?
Or while people were having breakfast.
Seems there was a mountain of opportunities for our culprit to sneak in unnoticed. Doesn't exactly help us narrow things down, does it?
Well, guess this taser gun was a bust.
Look on the bright side. If it's been fired, then it's probably what electrocuted Wolfie. If trying to suss out who stole it isn't feasible,
Sus.
why don't we talk about Wolfie's other injuries instead? You know, the ones that weren't burn marks? Those seem like they could lead us somewhere.
Yeah. Besides the burns on his hands, Wolfgang also had a bruise and a tiny red dot on the back of his neck.
A bruise and a tiny dot, huh? Wanna try tackling them in alphabetical order?
Alphabetical order? Now, aren't you full of smart ideas?
No need to thank me. It's only common sense.
Okay, let's discuss the bruise first.
Just like, good job, Cassidy! You get a gold star! You know your alphabet! It's like, not all gamers are stupid.
I think
Most
it's
of the
safe
time.
to say the killer didn't use a flamethrower.
Well, duh.
Maybe
Even
Wolfgang
Winona's
got
stuck
into a
with her
fight?
shit.
Someone might have attacked him and aimed for his neck.
If you can even reach that high.
Either way, something must have hit him.
What if Wolfie fell over?
No.
With how spindly he is, one tiny misstep could leave the poor fella bruised for days.
Skinny guys bruise easily, eh? Let's see if you're right. Ulysses, fall over.
No!
No, thank you.
Something must have caused that bruise on Wolfgang's neck. What could have it been?
I think it's
I
safe
think
to
I know.
say.
Maybe Wolfgang got into a fight?
No.
Someone might have attacked him.
And aimed
For his neck.
If you can even
Reach that high.
Either way,
Way.
something must have.
I got it.
Hey, Kai, you're helpful!
Kai is right. Something did hit Wolfgang.
Really? Man. And I was only blurting out the first thing which came to mind. Anyway, from how you're wording things, do you know what that something is?
A rolling pin.
Eh?
Wolfgang was hit with a rolling pin.
How on earth did you reach that conclusion?
Ava and I found this pin inside storage closet A, which is just a few feet from the crime scene. Coincidentally, the pin also has a dent.
You sure that's enough to say it's involved? Could just be a flimsy pin.
No. There's something else which solidifies this pin's role in the murder. Handprints. 2 of them on the edge of the pin.
So the killer used a rolling pin to attack Wolfgang?
It certainly explains the bruising on his neck.
They must have wanted him to be unconscious so he wouldn't fight back.
Exactly. It would be easier to drag him into the water if he's not awake.
So, they hit him with the rolling pin, knocked him unconscious, and maybe tased him with the gun? Or maybe tased the generator? Or, I don't
You
know.
reckon the killer purposely put Wolfie in the water?
Damn! With one electrified blow, Wolfgang is zapped to bits with the taser. Since he's lying in the water, he's definitely a goner.
Considering the logical ethos of the killer's rectitude, especially when governed under constricting pressure, leaving him catatonic would be the most facile solution.
I guess it makes sense.
After shooting Wolfgang with the taser, what's the killer's next move? If I figure that out, I'll be one step closer to solving this case.
So let me get this straight. The killer knocked out Wolfgang with a rolling pin, and then chucked the pin into Closet A?
When exactly did they discard the pin?
They couldn't have done it when Eva and I were already downstairs, because the 2 of us went inside Closet A.
Why were you inside the closet?
To find the backup generator, remember? Jed and I checked Closet B. Damon and Kai checked Closet C. Eva and Grace checked Closet A. And Jean and Mark checked Closet D.
The killer just discarded the pin. Before we came downstairs.
Yeah, I think Mark's right. 'Cause the killer could run upstairs and go back to their room immediately after discarding the pin.
Just because the killer placed the pin earlier doesn't mean they left before we arrived.
So let me get this straight.
The killer knocked out Wolfgang with a rolling pin. And then chucked the pin into Closet A? When exactly did they discard the pin? They couldn't have done it when Eva and I were already downstairs. Because the 2 of us went inside Closet A. Why were you inside the closet? To find the backup generator, remember? Jed and I checked Closet B. Damon and Kai checked Closet C. Eva and Grace checked Closet A. And Jean and Mark checked Closet D. The killer just discarded the pin. Before we came downstairs. Yeah, I think Mark's right.
'Cause the killer could run upstairs and go back to their room immediately after discarding the pin.
No! Because we heard their footsteps!
Diana, there's proof the killer fled the underground hallway at a later time, when the tournament attendees were looking for a backup generator. Kai and I heard someone run past our room.
Huh?
Oh man, that's right. We were just exploring the closet.
Why do you sound
when
so shocked,
all
Diana?
of a sudden, we heard footsteps in the hallway. That's when Damon decided he was gonna follow where the footsteps came from and entered the boiler room.
Did anyone else hear these footsteps?
Nope. Not ringing any bells.
Yeah, Jet and me didn't really hear it over all our talking.
I heard the footsteps.
Huh? You did?
Well, I initially thought it was my imagination, so I never said anything.
Ashamed to say I also brushed off the footsteps. Thought I was hearing things. However, since other people can attest to hearing them...
Then someone else was on the underground floor with us.
Before anyone tries to bring it up, none of the tournament attendees could have been the person running. Since everyone explored the closets in pairs, they all have solid alibis.
I'm sure we can all vouch for that, aye?
Everyone was still in their closets after Damon and I found Wolfgang. So...
Considering the footsteps were moving away from the crime scene, I think it's safe to say they belong to the killer.
Wouldn't that mean the killer fled while you guys were exploring the rooms?
Hold up! So the killer had been right next to us?
Doy, that's a given.
Huh? How are you so calm after hearing that? The only thing which stood between us and a murderer was a door. What if they attacked us?
Well, they did it, so I don't see what the problem is.
Sheesh, you're weird.
Why not run away earlier, though? Fleeing while everyone is searching seems really risky.
Maybe it was a miscalculation?
It's not impossible, I guess.
If not that, then maybe the killer returned to the boiler room after discarding the pin?
Sounds pretty meat-headed if you ask me.
Yes, you'd think a killer would use that moment to run away.
For the two who heard the footsteps, describe the sound.
It was kinda... socky. As in, it sounded pretty soft. Like the person had taken off their shoes.
Saki, huh? Seems this killer was purposefully trying to keep quiet.
'Cause their footsteps were soft?
Oh, wait. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Okay, I'm back.
That seems like a leap in logic.
No, I get what she's saying. Everyone here has socks on, I'm pretty sure. So any one of us could have run down the hallway. The thing with shoes is, not everyone here has the same kind. If the killer had worn theirs, we might have been able to figure out their footwear from the sound it made on the floor. Then we just have to single out the person with that footwear. Man, it would have been so easy to find the killer.
We already can find the killer, though.
Huh?
Oi, are you pulling out leg?
I'm completely serious. Picture a map of the building complex in your head. The building with the dorms is on the left, the courtyard is in the middle, and the building with the tree is on the right. Now, try and pin everyone's locations during Wolfgang's murder. Once you do that, the identity of the killer will definitely become clear.
Is the killer someone whose position we can't place?
No, it's not about position.
Eh?
Wolfgang's killer can easily lie about their location during the murder. The only thing distinguishing their testimony from everyone else's is that theirs can't be corroborated.
In which case, our killer. Yes, that's right. The only one here who can possibly be the killer is you. Yep. It can only be you, Diana.
It has to be you!
That was extremely
Diana,
sus.
it's you, isn't it?
Huh? The makeup girl?
She's the only one here without an alibi. Those of us who attended the tournament can obviously be ruled out. And as for those who didn't, Desmond and Eloise were in the courtyard. Toshiko and Ingrid were in the same dorm room.
What about Winona? She never mentioned an alibi.
Give me a break.
Winona and I were in the building with the tree all morning. In fact, yes, Desmond and Eloise should have witnessed us walking over there, as those two were in the courtyard at the time.
Yeah, that's true.
In that case, Diana really is the only one without an alibi.
Guys,
if she's the person who fled the boiler room, those footsteps we heard make a lot more sense. Heels make a pretty loud clop sound on hard floors, and the underground hallway's floor is pretty hard. Diana would obviously want to take them off. Also, heels aren't comfy to run in.
True.
Whoa! I didn't even think of it like that. You're totally right, though. Since Diana's the only one here with heels, she would have to take them off.
guys, what are you talking about? Me? A killer? Do you really think I could be a killer?
Yes. Literally, it's so freaking obvious it's you. You were acting very sus the previous night, before the murder even happened. Your story was complete BS that you were just in your room doing the makeup. Literally, you were saying, "Oh, can the killer come forward? Oh," you were trying to get sympathy points, trying to be like, "I'm innocent, guys. Can the murderer please come out?" It's so freaking you, Diana. You're
The
not
fact you
that
weren't
good
at the
lying.
tournament is incriminating enough.
Not just that. Everyone but you has an alibi.
But I do have an alibi, right, Ava?
Huh?
You woke up with me this morning, and you never saw me leave my dorm.
During the brief amount of time we were together, I never saw you leave. What you did after I left for the game tournament, however, is anyone's guess.
Ava wanted to help me and Cash set up the tournament, so we told her to swing by early.
For that reason, I left Diana's dorm at 8:05 a.m. I know the exact time since her room has a clock. I probably entered the dining hall around 8:10 a.m.-ish.
So much for an alibi then.
Diana, don't tell me.
Holy smokes, it's all falling into place!
Are we sure there hasn't been some sort of misunderstanding?
It's not possible. Diana can't be the killer. No! I refuse to believe it!
Toshiko, why? Like, some people are unwilling to face the facts. That's not a problem. I'll make them face the facts. Whether they like it or not, soon enough nobody will be able to deny Diana killed Wolfgang. Yeah, this murder was kinda obvious. I was suspecting Grace at first, but then once it started falling into place that
If
Diana
it was
didn't have an
Diana
alibi.
inside that boiler room, could she be the one who left the blood trail? Because if so, that might be her blood on the knife, too.
Diana's blood? Are you saying she wounded herself?
Wounded herself? What makes you think that?
I don't know. Why else would the killer's blood be on their own weapon?
Did we not already agree the killer was wielding a rolling pin?
Well, maybe they had both. The rolling pin in one hand, and the knife in the other.
Dual wielding weapons? Holy, this killer's next level.
That person's point is clearly impossible. They should realize it as much as I put that piece of evidence.
If it was Diana inside that boiler room,
could she be the one who left the blood trail? Because if so, that might be her blood on the knife, too.
Diana's blood?
Are you saying she wounded herself? Wounded herself? What makes you think that? Did we not already agree? The killer was wielding a rolling pin?
The rolling pin in one hand, and and the knife in the other.
Dual-wielding weapons? Holy, this killer's next level.
There's 2 handprints. So it can't be a dual wield.
If it was
Diana inside that boiler room, could she be the one who hit the blood trail? Because if so, that might be her blood on the knife too. Diana, right? Are you saying she wounded herself? Wounded herself? What makes you think that?
Could be on our own weapon.
Did we not already agree? The killer was wielding a rolling pin?
Well, maybe they had both. The rolling pin in one hand.
No, that's wrong! No. The killer was only wielding the rolling pin during their confrontation with Wolfgang. You can tell just from looking at the pin. There are 2 handprints wrapped around the edge, as if the killer had been holding the pin like a tennis racket. Which makes sense, because you can swing with more force if you use both hands. And that's what a killer wants when trying to knock out a grown man.
Then, who held the knife?
Wolfgang.
It wasn't the killer. So it was most likely the only other person in the boiler room. Wolfgang Akire.
The hell are you talking about? Wolfgang, carrying a dangerous weapon? Bullshit!
I'd believe it.
If you were in his situation, wouldn't you? Wolfgang received an anonymous message asking him to meet in a basement, all whilst in the middle of a killing game. At that point, it doesn't matter how much of an optimist he is. He'd know better than to come unarmed.
A knife isn't super hard to find, either. Wolfgang probably just stole one from the kitchen.
Besides, if Diana is the one who got stabbed, it would explain the blood trail. Think about it. She arms herself with the rolling pin and attacks Wolfgang, getting hurt by him in the process. For some reason, possibly because of the blackout, she doesn't clean the blood trail she's leaving, and returns to her dorm room after.
No! That's wrong!
Huh?
I wasn't stabbed. If I was stabbed, then I'd have an injury. But there's nothing, right? There's nothing on me.
Well, we would have to see that, wouldn't we?
Depends. If a vein got nipped, you'd be seeing blood no matter the size of the cut. Of course, that also means a small cut will need bandaging, which I'm not seeing on you.
You may not see any injuries on Diana, but that doesn't mean they aren't there.
Her talent! She's ultimate cosmetologist. She could just make it up.
Huh?
If she wanted, she could simply hide her injuries from view. After all, someone like her has exactly what it takes.
How did Diana hide her wounds? Diana's talent.
I got it.
Her talent. As the ultimate cosmetologist, Diana could easily cover her wounds.
It makes sense. With the right equipment, she could probably disguise even a bandaged wound.
As Diana's bunking partner, I've seen firsthand how many different cosmetics are inside her room. So unfortunately, I have to agree.
Well, Diana, did I get anything wrong?
No. No. But I...
Wait. Diana, did you just say no? As in, no, you're not wrong that I covered up my wounds? Oh, crap. You guys know what this means, right, guys? Diana just...
Slip of the tongue.
Diana basically just confessed!
A confession? Are you for real?
It makes sense, though, doesn't it? Diana got wounded, which proves she got in a fight with Wolfgang, which means all that stuff about Wolfgang going to the boiler room, all that stuff really did happen.
I see. I see now what you were saying. Diana, she lured Wolfgang to the boiler room by writing him that note. And when he arrived, she attacked him and killed him. And now, she's been lying this entire trial, hoping we would never suspect her. Yeah! How cruel!
Diana, you...
It wasn't me!
Stop lying.
I promise. It wasn't me.
To think she could preach about friendship after committing a violent crime.
And then try and sentence the rest of us to punishment.
Golly, you're right. If we voted for the wrong person, we would have been executed. Ah! That's so fucked! Seriously, Diana? What the hell is your damage?
Can we at least hear Diana's side of the story?
Her side?
Well, you know, Diana has, I just think it's fair we listen.
Eloise, you're sweet, but Diana's obviously the killer.
What does it matter what she says? Look at the evidence. This case, it's closed. We know who the killer is. If you really want to ask for Diana's side of the story, then do it after the vote.
No! No!
Vote? That's right, we have to vote for the killer. Diana, I've proven beyond a reasonable doubt that she's the killer. I've proven it beyond a reasonable doubt, so...
No!
Why is that? I hear her cry. I get a strange nagging feeling in my chest. Why does a tiny part of me to believe the things she's saying? Why, all of a sudden, do I doubt myself? Is she not the killer?
Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
Then she fled the crime scene, hoping the rest of us would never learn the truth.
How could you, Diana? Poor Wolfie was only trying to keep us together.
But I would never murder Wolfgang!
If you don't have an alibi, then you obviously did.
But I wanted to believe so that you were innocent! Why didn't I see you for who you were?
Hold on.
If this goes on any longer, I'm gonna be sick.
What are we waiting for then? Let's get this over with and vote!
Is Diana telling the truth? How's it possible and I already know the truth? Can't be possible. Not unless...
Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
Then she fled the crime scene, hoping the rest of us would never learn the truth.
How could you, Diana? Poor Wolfie was only trying to keep us together.
But I would never murder Wolfgang!
If you don't have an
alibi,
then you obviously did.
If this goes on
Any longer, I'm gonna be sick. What are we waiting for then? Let's get this over with and vote!
What?
Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
Then she fled the crime scene, hoping the rest of us would never learn the truth.
How could you, Diana? Poor
Wolfie was only trying to keep us
together.
I would never murder Wolfgang!
if you don't
have an alibi, then you obviously did.
If this goes on any longer,
I'm gonna be sick. What are we waiting for then?
Let's get this over with and vote!
The other ones aren't working, so I assumed the one that I had picked up earlier.
Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately. Then she fled the crime scene.
Hoping the rest of us would never learn the truth.
She's always been so nice.
Diana?
Poor Wolfie was only trying to keep us together. I would never murder Wolfgang!
if you don't have an alibi,
Then you obviously did. If this goes on any longer, I'm gonna be sick. What are we waiting for then? Let's get this over with and vote!
So, do I believe in her? But
Diana was the one.
We lured Wolfgang to the boiler room!
Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
Then she fled
The crime scene, hoping the rest of us would never learn the
truth.
How could
Poor Wolfie! He was only trying to keep us together!
But I would never murder Wolfgang!
No, that's wrong!
we're actually believing in her?
We know that Diana got stabbed during her confrontation with Wolfgang. But that doesn't prove she's the culprit.
Wait. Huh?
If anything, what it should mean is that Diana was trying to get away from him as fast as possible.
What could have actually happened is that someone set up a trap for Wolfgang in the boiler room to meet him there, and Diana was unlucky to just be there, and she was stabbed by him. Unless Wolfgang was the one who lured Diana to the room.
Do you hear yourself right now?
He's lost his mind.
The stab wounds prove that Diana was in the same room as Wolfgang before his death. She's the killer.
I'm not! I'm not the killer.
Diana. Damn it, what's come over me? Getting all mushy and making a fool of myself in front of everyone.
Sheesh, Damon. How are you going to say all this dramatic stuff about Diana being the killer, and then say the opposite 5 minutes later?
Making a fool of myself. Making a fool of myself, and yet I think back on everything she's done. Just because they have different opinions doesn't mean they're bad people. They clearly want the same thing as the rest of us, right? They want to go home. So I think it's okay to give them a chance. Yeah, that's right. We can make it through this. I wish I could speak as well as you, Wolfgang. I realize everyone's been acting tense around you and Eva, so I wanted to say hi and check that you're okay. Well, in any case, if you ever need someone to talk to, just come find me, alright? Could she have been lying this whole time? Diana was always thinking of me when no one else was. She knew how frustrated I felt after everything about Wolfgang. Of course, she tried to play it off as some kind of casual interaction between friends, but she tried to help me without making it seem like I was someone who needed help. Could someone like her really have what it takes to commit a murder? It doesn't make sense. Thinking Diana could kill another person. It doesn't make any logical sense.
Whatever. Who cares what this guy says? We finally know the killer. Let's cast our votes already.
I guess, if that's what everyone else is doing.
Remember, if you don't vote, you die. So none of you naysayers better get any smart
Hey, Tozu.
ideas.
Are you listening, Tozu? I need to ask a question.
Dude, what are you...
Hello, hello, it is I, Tozu, answerer of questions. You ask a question, I give an answer. 'Tis common sense it is.
Okay, just answer the fucking question.
Answerer of questions? I thought you were a host.
I'm a host with an ascendant in question answering. A jack of all trades, if you will.
Okay.
Anyway, Tozu, according to the regulations, everyone has to vote when a trial is over. My question is, when exactly can a trial be considered over?
Are we talking in a literal or philosophical sense?
I mean, does the trial end and the voting begin once we think we've solved the mystery? Or does the vote automatically start after a certain amount of time?
I see. All right, I'll humor your question. If you ask nicely.
What?
What?
Go on. Ask the question again.
Pretty please, can you answer my question?
Well, are you still gonna do it?
Tozu, can I please know the factors that decide whether a trial can be considered over?
Well, since you're so polite, I'd be a fool not to tell you. The truth is, the class trial will only end once I become bored with it.
You're joking.
What? Why didn't you say this sooner? Come now, it's not like I wouldn't announce a warning in advance. Tick-tock, talk. That's the sound of my internal clock losing patience. Let's start wrapping things up, shall we? I think we're long overdue for a vote. See? Smart, snappy, and to the point.
Sounds terrible! What if you're still not bored, even when we think we've solved the case?
If that happened and all of you agreed to vote, what reason is there for me to say no?
So in that case, everyone must unanimously agree to vote before voting can be held.
Indeedy.
Alright, then, since you haven't made any kind of warning, I take it you're not bored with the trial yet.
Not yet.
It's like, I'm here for the tea, everyone. I need to know who is actually the killer. Well, I mean, I know, but I want you all to be shocked.
I don't agree to vote.
What? No way! Are you seriously pushing back the vote?
Not until I know who the real killer is.
It's obviously Diana. She's the only one without an alibi for the murder.
Diana may not have an alibi, but even so, saying she's a murderer contradicts everything we know about her.
Since when?
Diana looked up to Wolfgang, and Wolfgang cared about her. But from the moment suspicion fell on Diana, she's been nothing but a nervous wreck. Does that really sound like someone with the emotional capacity to murder?
What's to say she's not faking it?
Even if she was, it'd be rash to commence a vote without hearing both sides of the story first.
True.
You do make a good point.
We're not in a rush. I say we hear Diana out.
Yeah. I don't feel comfortable voting yet, until Diana shares her testimony.
Sure thing. I'm up for listening.
But...
Diana, I promise to keep an open mind if you tell me what happened, even if it's stressful to relive. Until we have conclusive evidence to say otherwise, I'll hear you out.
I like how Damon isn't just like, oh, hope, I believe in everyone, hope, hope, hope. He's just like, logically, it just doesn't make sense for Diana to do this. Yes, he has his pathos moment, but like, he's also thinking logically about this.
I'm sorry. I'm really I wanted to help. I wanted to make everything okay, but all I could do was be useless. All I could do was watch him die.
She witnessed the murder?
It's all my fault. All my fault. For doing the wrong thing.
So is this a confession? Or...
No!
Huh?
I didn't kill Wolfgang. And I don't know who did, but I still failed him as a friend. I failed him then. And I failed him here. But if I told the truth, things would be worse than they already are. But now that I've said nothing...
Diana watched Wolfgang die.
It's okay, sweetheart. Come on now, take deep breaths.
Yeah, we'll believe you no matter what you say.
It's looking like Diana might actually be innocent. It's looking like that, but the nagging feeling in my chest still hasn't gone away. Damn it, what am I doing? Because of one girl, I've been doubting myself and jumping from one argument to another. I can't piece together my own thoughts. How can I possibly piece together this case? I gotta get a grip on myself. Keep sight on myself and the goal of the killer. Whatever is thrown at me next, I need to persevere. Because I don't. Everyone else votes wrong. Won't leave this place alive.
Has all this murder hubbub left your head in a tizzy? Perhaps you need a short break. Something to lighten the mood and let you collect yourself. Something like a nice cup of tea. Welcome, one and all, to the first episode of Tozu's Tea Time.
Are we only like halfway through the trial?
If you haven't already, please sit back and relax. Here, we do not use our brains, but deal only in gossip. Now, a question from me to you. What are sheep good at, if anything? Most humans, and some sheep, tend to respond with a resounding, absolutely nothing.
Wait, how do sheep answer?
Sheep
Okay,
cannot create art or invent medicine. For goodness sake, they can't even perform music! Their limited speech and quadrupedal locomotion prevents them from reaching the heights of humans. They're practically glued to the lower echelons of the food chain. No matter how hard sheep may try, they will never be anything more than their number tags. I can't say I like that answer. Too pessimistic for me. Plus, what of the sheep who still try? The sheep who realize their fate but continue to challenge it all the same. That they can be so determined to prove their worth, when humans have all but deemed them microwavable meals. Isn't that something admirable? What a shame our sheep had to be so misguided. It seems that's about all the time we have. Thank you again for attending Tozu's Tea Time. No need for extravagant farewells. I've an inkling you'll be back for tea sooner than you can say Jack Robinson. Who's Jack Robinson? I have no idea.
Okay.
Ta-ta!
Oh, that is actually happening. Let me actually grab his name.
Diana, now's your chance to defend yourself.
Cheetah pups. I'll let this go auto while I eat my
Tell
snack.
me what happened.
Where do I even start, though?
How about you begin by explaining why you went to the boiler room?
Why I went there? It was because of a note.
A note?
2 days ago, someone slid one into my room. I never got to see who. I just heard a knock. And when I walked over, there was a note under my door.
I don't remember any of this.
Sorry. It was midday-ish, and you weren't there at the time. And I didn't show you the note later because, well, I'll just read you what it said.
Suspicious. Diana, as you're aware, it is our obligation to speak with those blackmail we have obtained. After receiving your blackmail and reading the information disclosed in it, I believe meeting between the two of us is warranted. In 2 days' time, please come to the underground boiler room at 8:45 a.m. Make sure you arrive promptly and close the door behind you. To avoid discourse, do not show anyone this letter. Do not approach me about it either, even in private. There's always a chance someone can hear. Wolfgang. I knew it!
Wolfie wrote this?
You did lure her there.
Wolfgang had Diana's blackmail? But didn't he have Jean's?
Hold on a sec. If you take a closer look, the handwriting on that note, doesn't it resemble the handwriting on Wolfgang's note?
You're actually right.
That means somebody
Even
forged
though
these letters.
Wolfgang's note has been water damaged.
Then someone else was posing as Wolfgang?
So they both lured them there.
The killer, most likely. They must
You're
have
trying to
thought his
frame
word was
Diana.
the only one Diana would follow.
Guess it worked, huh?
I didn't want to show this note earlier because I was scared of how people would try to twist it. Like saying I faked the note or that I decided to kill because of it. I thought it would be better to just stay quiet. I know you guys think I'm stupid for agreeing to meet in a place like the boiler room. And I am. I am stupid. I just didn't want to disappoint Wolfgang in case he really did write the note, which was why I left my room around 8:40 a.m.
Did you catch any strange movement down there?
No, it was just me. I did find the boiler room door hanging open a little bit, but I didn't think much of it. I just went inside and closed the door behind me, since that's what the note asked me to do.
What did you see inside the boiler room?
The boiler room was really dark, so the first thing I noticed was actually the security camera light. My eyes had to take a few seconds to adjust to everything else. But after that, I finally saw him. Wolfgang was lying in the water, making these weird noises. It didn't seem like he'd even noticed me entering the room. Not until... Wolfgang? Hearing his name seemed to snap him out of his trance, because he slowly rose to his feet. Wolfgang, are you okay?
It's you.
Huh?
I can't believe it. I really am finally meeting you.
Huh?
What do you mean?
Forgive me. Please forgive me for what I've become.
Huh?
Wolfgang?
Despite how hard I tried, and how much I wanted it to be true, I could never become you.
Huh?
I will always be a failure.
It's okay, Wolfgang. Look! There's stairs over here. Come over here and we can get out. I have no idea if he didn't hear me, or if he was just ignoring me. But... okay. I'll get closer to you then. I went over to the ledge of the platform, the part where the fence had a gap. Just take my hand, okay? And I'll pull you out. He slowly stumbled over, and he held my hand. I didn't really think I could pull him out. I just wanted to be there for him. It was the best I could do, because I didn't want to enter the water. Staying on the platform felt so much safer. And I really, really hate that it did. It's okay, Wolfgang. We'll get through this together, all right? I was looking at him when I said that. I was looking right at him. But somehow... somehow I didn't think to react.
Oh,
And
damn!
He reached inside his blazer.
Bring her back.
Huh?
Bring her.
What the hell?
I tried to leave the room, but the door was locked. I didn't know what to do. I started looking around for things to defend myself with, and that's when I saw the gun.
The taser gun? Did you use it?
I took the taser, and I aimed it at Wolfgang, and I couldn't do it. I couldn't shoot him. I just backed away from him. I couldn't understand anything. Why was this happening to me? Why was I being attacked?
The
Why
heck is wrong with him?
can't I do anything to...
I'm not like you. I'll never be like you. I won't give up until the world knows. I won't give up until everyone knows me as...
All of a sudden, everything turned white. Everything in front of me. Except Wolfgang. In those few seconds, he became pitch black. And then, so did everything else. Even though I didn't see Wolfgang fall over, I heard it. His body cracking against the pavement and his knife falling into the water. I waited for the gasp of pain, for him to groan or mumble or say something. But there was nothing. There was just me and the silence.
Oh my god.
That's how it happened.
What the fuck?
That man attacked you?
Oh my goodness, Diana, I'm at a loss for words.
This is getting too much for me, bros. I think I'm gonna faint.
Holy shit. So Diana really did watch Wolfgang die.
Why was he so violent towards her? It's like he became an entirely different person.
The word you're looking for is crazy.
Despite how hard I tried and how much I wanted it to be true, I could never become you. Why would Wolfgang say those words in a particular moment?
How'd you manage to escape the boiler room after all that?
By picking the door's lock.
For reals?
I wasn't even thinking. I just started feeling my way back to the door in the dark. And then, well, my supply bag. I remembered the spare hairpins I always kept inside. So I felt around the bag and dug one out. To be honest, I have no idea how I managed to unlock the door. The whole thing was repeated trial and error. Just minutes of me telling myself that somehow this next attempt will finally work.
Whoa! Actually unlocking the doors.
Now we know why it took so long for her to escape.
I realized why it happened. Getting trapped inside, I mean. The door's lock was on the outside. So, someone must have set the lock before I came downstairs, so that when I closed the door, I'd be trapped.
The lock is normally on the inside, too. The killer purposely flipped it, then left the door open so you would be the one to close it. As for why the killer locked the door to begin with...
It was to frame Diana, right?
Right. The killer made Diana trap herself inside the boiler room, so they could kill Wolfgang in front of her. Had their plan worked, Diana would only be able to escape if someone from outside entered the boiler room. By which point,
So screwed up.
that someone would be stumbling across what looks like a cut-and-dry murder case.
If the tournament folk found Diana, they would have been playing right into the killer's hands.
Speaking of which... Diana, I'm curious to know. Did you unlock the door before or after the tournament attendees arrived downstairs?
It sort of happened at the same time. Like, when I opened the door, there were already people walking down the stairs. Obviously, I couldn't stay inside the boiler room. If anyone saw me close to Wolfgang's body, it would look really bad. The hallway was a bit easier to make out in the dark, so I walked over to a wall bordering one of the storage closets and stayed as quiet as possible. I was still bleeding a little from Wolfgang's cut, though, and some of that blood ended up dripping onto the floor around me.
It's the blood on the underground floor! It's all coming together!
This was shortly before us tournament goers split up. And you made a run for it, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Down the hallway, up the stairs, and then as quietly as possible into my room. Since everything was still really dark, I had to patch myself using the Tozu Trinket's projection as my light. I realize this is a lot, and I know it's hard to believe without proof. So, if you guys could just give me a second.
Reaching into her makeup bag, Diana pulled out a wipe and began scrubbing at her arm.
I cleared up the blood pretty fast. Luckily for me, the cut wasn't that deep. There's still a chance it may leave a scar, though.
Ugh, poor girl.
Holy crap! That's awful!
It's okay. I'll cover it back up again.
Why did Wolfgang attack you for no reason?
I wouldn't say it was for no reason.
You're being kind of insensitive, man.
Huh? I didn't mean it like that. What I'm trying to say is, Wolfgang's actions may look random from an outsider's perspective, but from his perspective, well, judging by his behavior, it seems like he saw something which shook him to his core.
Like There was something in the room that Diana didn't see?
That's impossible! It was only me and Wolfgang in the boiler room.
I don't believe Jean meant it in a literal sense.
Wolfgang literally saw something?
He thought he saw something, is my point.
You mean he had been hallucinating?
What did Wolfgang hallucinate for him to turn out
The smell!
the way Diana described?
You'd be surprised by the sort of things our minds
There was a
invent.
strange smell in the room.
I'm lucky to have never experienced anything myself, but I know some who have hallucinated nasty things. Demons and monsters. Or the feeling of being tortured. If Wolfgang went through something similar, I can see why he lashed out.
Now, what the heck is going on at sea?
Of course, these hallucinations don't just happen out of the blue. More often than not, they're substance-induced.
Substance-induced?
Just say Wolfgang took a hallucinogenic.
Hallucinogenics?
One which induced a lot of fatigue, too, judging by the way he lumbered about in Diana's account.
It would explain why Wolfgang mostly stayed in one place.
One place, which happened to be in the water.
Seems very deliberate. Aye. I reckon the killer knocked Wolfgang unconscious in order to drag him into the water, but knew he would eventually wake up again.
So, this killer, they knocked out Wolfgang with the rolling pin, put it back, kept him in the water. Maybe they went to the dining hall. No, they couldn't have, unless they had it prepared earlier. They went in there, made the substance that made him trip out, and had already lured Diana into that area, and just basically let everything else play out, and also messed with the generator to have it explode.
So they drugged him with something which would basically make him despondent. As for where the drug came from...
Oh no! Don't tell me the killer robbed...
I knew exploring it was a bad idea.
It? What's this it we're talking about?
The pharmacy, obviously. Why the heck did we think leaving that place open was a good idea? Now someone's stolen an item and drugged Wolfgang. Fuck! I knew our promise was too good to be true! I can't trust any of you guys! And don't say Wolfgang drugged himself! Who wants to be tortured by demons?
Well, stranger people do exist.
That's rich coming from you!
Just as I predicted, exploring the pharmacy ended up paving the way for murder. Should I have made more of an attempt to stop people from exploring? Back then all I did was... And again, nobody would have listened to me, especially not with Wolfgang in control.
If we know where the perpetrator got their chemicals, I guess our next step is figuring out how they did the drugging.
Agreed. It would help us better understand the timeline.
Sounds like you guys can leave this one to me. I'm the kind of person who knows someone back to front the moment I meet them. And if you haven't already realized, I've gone and read this killer like an open book.
You're the last person I trust to reach a correct conclusion.
Just you wait! The second you hear what I gotta say, you'll be eating those words!
Pinning down now how Wolfgang was drugged may validate Diana's testimony. Question is, how did the killer drug him?
I bet the killer took a pill and forced Wolfgang to swallow it.
Just jab him at that point.
How would the killer make him swallow a pill? There was no proof they restrained him.
Didn't the killer knock Wolfie out? Maybe that was their way of restraining him.
You can't force an unconscious person to swallow a pill.
What if it was a drug you don't need to eat?
Like an inhalable substance?
Oh yeah, like a powder or something.
The pharmacy does have a large collection of over-the-counter sedatives, but there's too many for us to isolate any specific one.
How did a killer drug Wolfgang? Out of all the ideas being thrown around, only one has real merit.
I bet the killer took a pill and forced Wolfgang to swallow.
Just jab him at that point.
How would the killer make him swallow a pill?
Hold on.
There was no proof they restrained him.
Didn't the killer knock Wolfie out?
Hmm.
Maybe that was their way of restraining him.
You can't force an unconscious person.
Go to odd smell again.
To swallow a pill. What if it was a drug? You don't need to eat.
Like an inhalable substance?
Oh, yeah, like a powder or something.
The pharmacy does
Let's have a large collection of over-the-counter sedatives. But there's too many for us to isolate any specific one.
I bet the killer took a pill.
And who's looking to swallow it?
Just jab him.
I got it.
Oh my goodness, I was just taking a complete guess at that one when I said that only one has merit, and that was the only agree point.
When Wolfgang's wounds were discussed earlier, it was mentioned he had a tiny red dot below the bruise on his neck. During the investigation,
We did not discuss
I
that
thought
yet,
this
too.
dot was a scab from a mole or pimple. But knowing Wolfgang was drugged, it's clear to see what it really is. A puncture wound.
Considering the timeline of events, an injection would check out. If Wolfgang got drugged a little after 8:15 a.m. and was already feeling the effects when Diana arrived at 8:45 a.m., then we're dealing with something which entered his bloodstream in under 30 minutes. Any normal pill would have taken, probably an hour to dissolve.
Whilst an injection would be much quicker. I see.
That's probably another reason why the killer knocked Wolfgang unconscious. It would have been incredibly difficult to inject him if he was still moving around, only when they had him right where they wanted. Dazed and unable to fight back, did they plunge the syringe into his neck.
With said syringe being filled with a hallucinogenic.
But if this all happened a few minutes after 8:15 a.m., doesn't that make it impossible to pin a suspect?
What? Why is it impossible?
Because everybody's got an alibi for that time. I mean, Damon and I were in my dorm room, and the other party people...
8:15 a.m. Yeah, I was already in the dining hall with Jet, Mark, and Eva.
Grace?
I left Wolfgang's dorm right after the morning announcement and spent the rest of the hour with Jean.
When
yeah,
Nona
true.
and I were in our dorm room together.
And me and Eloise were already sitting down in the courtyard.
Toshiko was giving me the medication she grabbed from the pharmacy.
And, I stayed in my dorm room until 8:40 a.m.
Oh no. If everyone can be accounted for, we really can't discern a suspect.
So, we're back to square one?
Someone here must be lying.
And doesn't plan to stop.
What's screwing us over is the part of the mystery we're getting wrong. Could it be we're overlooking something? It was ruled out as having no relation to the murder because the wires don't touch part of the water. The position of it, in fact, it's destroyed, the timing of the blackout. One coincidence is easy to wave off, but when it's coincidence after coincidence after coincidence, there's something more going on, something more to the generator.
If everyone has
Hello,
an alibi
beautiful.
for
Hey,
8:15
honey,
a.m.,
how's it going?
he attacked Wolfie at that time. But his little note said to come by at 8:15 a.m., didn't it?
This is getting so confusing with all the alibis. Hold on, I just need to check something. Crap. Is it? No, this motherfucker isn't plugged in. Hold on. Aren't you plugged in? Oh, I think I know why. Okay. Okay, I was just charging my phone. Excuse me. Dang it! Hold on. shouldn't fall, so I can at least keep my phone charged and be able to see the chat still. Okay, anyway. I am doing good. This trial is just going on super long and I'm still fucking confused. I thought it was Diana, but apparently it's not.
Ingrid, do you remember what you said when we couldn't figure out who stole Desmond's taser?
To be honest, I'm drawing a blank.
You suggested we switch subjects and discuss Wolfgang's injuries instead, which we did.
Okay, now your pencils fall. No, shut up!
As a result, we ended up unraveling more about the case than if we had stuck to the original topic. Right now, we're at a dead end. If we can't get any more leads out of this current discussion, then that's a sign to switch our focus.
Switch our focus to what?
I want to take another look at Diana's testimony.
Mine?
Back when you were describing Wolfgang's death, something stuck out to me.
That you didn't fire the taser, but it was fired.
The flash of white Diana described must have been the generator exploding, with the darkness afterwards being the blackout.
Pencils falling. Barry is making a freaking joke about when I kept moving my desk back and all my colored pencils falling around. How's it going, Nico?
Think about the order of events there. In just a few seconds, the boiler room's generator explodes, and Wolfgang falls over dead. Doesn't it sound like the two are correlated?
Oi, didn't we go over this already?
We did. The generator has nothing to do with Wolfgang's death. Its wires weren't touching the water.
Indeed, which is why the murder weapon is the taser gun.
Diana said she never used the taser, though.
Then she's lying!
What? That's not true! I never fired the gun!
It's all good. I believe you. Sure, nobody can dispute the gun was fired. What can be disputed, though, is when it got fired. I wouldn't be surprised if the killer fired that gun way in advance. Like, sometime before Wolfgang arrived downstairs and left it in the boiler room for us to find later.
What? So the taser gun isn't the murder weapon?
If Wolfgang wasn't killed with the taser gun or the generator, what other options are we left with?
The taser gun is the only option which makes sense. The murder weapon can't be anything else.
The true murder weapon. Is it possible there's a third source of electricity we haven't considered yet? Like grasping at straws by something like that?
And anyway, the only proof Diana never shot the taser is her own word.
Huh?
Ava! What do you mean?
All the evidence supporting your version of events is circumstantial. The note you showed us? That could be a fake alibi you made for yourself. The fact that it has the same handwriting as Wolfgang's is already suspicious.
Eva?
Couldn't that just mean the same person tricked them?
If you earnestly believe Diana didn't write it, then maybe. But do you see what I'm saying? There's no proof Diana never wrote the notes. There's only her word to go by. Because if she did write them, everything about her entering the boiler room at 8:45 a.m. and being locked inside could be a total lie.
I get what you're saying. But if we run with the idea that Diana was the one waiting for Wolfgang all the way back at 8:15 a.m., then
You
we're stuck
literally
with
just
the
got
issue we had
recommended a
last time.
video from 9 years ago that was Garnet's
Diana
fusion
went over
theory.
an hour
I
too long.
keep getting recommended that video too. I'm like, yeah, she was the fusion. Like, everyone had suspected so, and it was absolutely correct.
That's also circumstantial. None of us know what really went on between those two in an hour. Ruling someone out because they took a long time to murder is stupid.
Without context? Sure, I'd say the same. But since the boiler room is unlocked, anyone can enter. If Diana knocked Wolfgang out, then she took over an hour to kill him with that info in mind.
Okay, but who would enter? No one wants to make a detour down some gross, freaky-looking basement. The boiler room is probably the most covert place a person can be.
The most covert place? Her words do make sense. After all, I chose to meet Tozu in the boiler room for that very same reason.
Diana claims she didn't write the notes, and she claims she didn't shoot the gun. But where's the hard proof she didn't do any of these things?
The answer lies in what destroyed the generator.
What?
Didn't we already talk about that?
All you guys did was discuss theories.
Never anything concrete. Settling for a theory isn't good enough when our lives are on the line. In the same way Ava can't rule out Diana's involvement in the case, we can't rule out the generators.
So we have to figure out what destroyed
Theories?
the generator?
Game theory? It's not the same without MatPat.
What should we do? Just throw out ideas?
It's what we've been doing this whole time.
Oakley dokley.
Oakley.
All right, everyone. Let's put our thinking hats on. If we work together, we'll unravel this mystery for sure. Ready? On your marks, get set, go!
Okay. What caused the generator to explode? The sharpener?
Why did the generator blow up?
Could have just been an electrical fault.
So, a coincidence?
No.
Is this the best situation? To be waving stuff off as a coincidence?
Did the killer throw something at the generator that made it explode?
Perhaps it's the fault of the taser gun? The electrical discharge it released might have connected with the generator and created an overabundance of energy, which caused everything in the circuit to pop.
Probably. There's no proof anything besides the taser was involved.
In that case, the generator blew up after Wolfie got shot with the taser.
Such a dastardly taser, leaving so many victims in its wake.
New in bed world. Oakley dokley. So, no, I'm long past the point of falling for the Cerberus level diversion. In reality, the truth is floating just within reach.
Why did the generator blow up?
Let me see, what's the sharpenel again? Chunks of an unidentified material floating in the water.
Could have just
Been an electrical fault.
Is this the best situation?
Oh, word,
To
not
be
world.
stuff off as a
Sorry, it's
coincidence?
hard to see when the
Did the
freaking heart on mobile
killer
blocks the
throw
freaking
something at the
words.
gener-
Made it explode? Perhaps it's the fault of the
Taser gun?
electrical discharge it released. Might have connected with the generator and created an overabundance of energy, which caused everything in the circuit to pop.
Probably. There's no proof the taser was involved.
No, that's
You're wrong, idiot. Stupid mathlete.
Unfortunately, Ava, I have to disagree. You say nothing but the taser could have been involved in the murder. But there's
Stop
one
giving me
possibility you
hearts.
didn't consider.
Just kidding, keep giving me hearts.
The shrapnel in the water.
Do you mean those bits of red metal which are floating around?
Right. The ones that look like the aftermath of an explosion. Due to their proximity to the generator, it's safe to assume the two are connected.
Can't that just be debris left by the generator?
Except this debris is a completely different color and lacks the rust the generator has accumulated. We're obviously looking at the remnants of something else, which means an object we haven't yet identified was caught in the explosion.
And floating near it was another out-of-place item. Extension cord.
This is it.
In the water was also an extension cord, half of which had been burnt away.
Loves ya, Oakley dokley.
Did the cord get caught in the explosion?
Seems that cord has the misfortune of floating around the wrong place at the wrong time.
From what I saw in my investigation, the building's extension cord supply seems to be kept inside Storage Closet D. So in a way, yeah, it was definitely in the wrong place.
Storage Closet D, huh? It was hard to make out much of it in the dark. And after the power came on, Kai came screaming for us to leave our closets. But I do recall seeing some extension cords peeking out from behind a shelf.
Since we already know the killer raided one storage closet, anyone else willing to bet they raided this one too?
The hell did they need an extension cord for?
Probably something involving the generator, given its proximity to the cord.
Same thing with the red bits. Even though we don't know what they are.
Right, the red sharpenel. It definitely isn't debris left by the generator, so what exactly is it? So far, nothing in the boiler room could be directly tied to the sharpenel. At least not any of the clues that have already been discussed in the trial. Or flip my thinking and consider clues we haven't discussed yet. There's no proof I have in my mind related to the sharpnel, but all the other options are ruled out. I can only turn to the one that hasn't. One thing that mysterious sharpnel might be related to. One thing? The thin piece of metal? Okay, no, never mind. When is that going to be used? The odd smell?
This is it.
Okay.
Hold that thought. We may be able to identify the shrapnel using context clues.
Oh, shrapnel.
During the investigation, there was a strange smell permeating the boiler room. It took me a moment to notice. Well, the best way to describe the scent would be if you mix cereal and alcohol together.
Cereal and alcohol? Talk about specific.
Tis a sign a chemical reaction was at play.
Wait, you recognize the smell?
Chemical reactions can produce some pretty pungent odors. Usually something to the tune of alcohol mixed with cereal. Or fruits, or eggs.
That sounds disgusting.
I noticed the smell going into the investigation, but it had completely slipped my mind until now.
Could it be a chemical reaction was caused by the taser?
The gun never touched the water. There's no reason for it to be the source of the smell.
What about the generator?
Considering the state of it, that generator would smell more burnt than anything else.
If the chemical reaction can't be explained by what we already know, like the generator or the taser gun, we need to consider the possibility that the explanation is the one piece of evidence still evading us, the shrapnel.
Can someone translate this into less complicated talk?
Yes, Kai, we know you don't know anything because you're a dumb influencer.
It was just a long-winded way of saying he's using process of elimination.
I know it sounds like a stretch, but if you follow this line of reasoning, a lot more questions start getting answered. Think about it. If the smell and shrapnel are linked, then whatever object the shrapnel belongs to must contain chemicals.
So we're looking for a metal object, which is also packed with chemicals?
Surely something like that would be kept inside the pharmacy.
Looking at my notes... When we originally visited the pharmacy, I recorded everything I saw. A bright red metal object would have definitely...
I got lots of metallic objects in my dorm room, but nothing chemical. Just big old slabs of metal.
Big ol' slabs of metal. Why does that sound familiar? Hold on, that's right. Ingrid said just now, similar to what she thought to what she said the night everyone began bunking together. I guess that would explain my room too. It's littered with all those fancy tools and metals. The time people were talking about their dorm rooms being themed around their talents. Could it be the shrapnel actually be the remnants? The unique device the guy boasted about having in his room? Only way to know for sure is to put you on the spot. Boasted about... Wait a minute. Jet?
It has to be
Wait! You! Is it actually Jet?!
Jet, I need to ask you something.
What's up?
Can you tell me what's inside your dorm room?
Like, a full-on list?
Whatever works.
Sure thing. I got a pretty
You
gnarly
did plan the
collection of
game
parts and
tournament too.
accessories. Blind spot mirrors, lithium batteries, wheels, spare brakes, you name it. Oh, I even have the legendary mantle from the 1984's Grand Prix winning speedster.
That's what I was hoping to hear.
Cool. So, why'd you want to know? Unless... Wait, I'm not being suspected, am I? No. Don't try to rope me into this, bro. I've got nothing to do with the murder.
I know you don't.
Okay.
You have an alibi.
Okay, phew. For a second I thought it was gonna be Jet. Okay, thank God.
The only reason I ask is because that mysterious red shrapnel may be the remnants of one of your lithium batteries.
What?
I see. A lithium battery might explain the smell in the air.
And lithium? That's an explosive substance. If it made contact with water, gosh, you'd be left with a mess and a half.
Wouldn't someone have heard an explosion, though?
I did.
We did.
Really?
During the tournament, right before we lost power.
Oi, that's right. That was a burn.
Wait! I remember hearing it too!
I initially assumed the generator made the noise somehow. But if Jet's car batteries contain an explosive substance...
Hey, Jet, were your batteries bright red at all?
Maybe?
He's got red all over him.
You don't know for sure?
I never took the batteries out of their packaging. The packaging isn't red, I can tell you that, but the actual batteries? Yeah, I got nothing.
So it can't be proven beyond a...
Pretty much.
Well, what's the reaction time of a lithium battery?
The reaction time?
When a lithium battery hits the water, how long does it take to combust? I think, once we know that, we can decide whether or not the battery is relevant to the case.
A lithium battery would be an almost instantaneous reaction, I'm pretty sure.
Mm-hmm. Lithium isn't a metal I've worked with, but it got beat into my head never to mix it with substances it doesn't like. All that electricity, the battery would have let out when it hit the water. It must have went straight into poor Wolfie.
The warning label's on the battery for a reason.
Okay. If the reaction is instantaneous, then the battery would have entered the water only seconds before the generator exploded. That's really weird.
Is it?
According to Diana's testimony, when the explosion happened, she was still holding the taser gun. In which case, who threw the
Hey,
battery
Toxic,
into the
what is
water?
this? This is Project Eden's Garden, and it's a Danganronpa fan game. This is the demo for Chapter 1, and I'm almost done with the trial. We're still just trying to pin down who this murderer is. We thought it was Diana, but we managed to go to a whole bunch of logic that we don't think it's Diana anymore. Gonna run off, leaving someone else to pay for the hotel room and steal their car and run 3 rings to Wrath, max their credit card on shitty horse riding lessons. God damn it, you won't let that go!
Huh. Good point. We can rule out Wolfgang, since the Blackens can only be a student who kills another student. And Diana.
It was only Diana and Wolfgang in the boiler room. So unless Diana herself was the one to throw the battery, then the battery can't play a part in the murder.
I didn't throw the battery. I promise.
Sharpnel and Generator are too close for comfort. They must have correlated. I'll admit, Diana throwing the battery is a possibility, but that's all it is, a possibility. There may be another way for the battery to enter the water, and until I rule that out, I won't settle for a culprit just yet. It could be someone who was up there and rolled it through the vent or something, because there was a connection between the two areas. A thin piece of metal, maybe.
If the battery is related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water.
But my arm had been cut. Lifting a battery would hurt too much.
Neo batteries are pretty lightweight, though.
The battery clearly couldn't have fallen from somewhere, so it must have been submerged another way. Perhaps something akin to what Eva described?
If that battery is the murder weapon, why is there a taser gun?
Maybe it's a red herring.
Judging by the shrapnel, the battery would have landed in the water, a few inches from the generator.
Not the hardest shot to make.
Everybody is quick to say the battery was thrown, but I consider the boiler room the objects the killer could have leveraged. What that person considers impossible starts to sound anything but.
If the battery is related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water. But my arm had been cut. Lifting a battery would hurt too much.
Neo batteries are pretty lightweight, though.
The battery clearly couldn't have fallen from somewhere.
Related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water.
But my arm had been cut. Lifting a battery would hurt too much. Neo batteries are pretty lightweight, though.
The battery clearly couldn't have fallen from somewhere, so it must have been submerged another way.
Perhaps something akin to what Eva described? If that
Battery.
is the murder weapon,
Why is there a
maybe it's a red herring. Judging by the shrapnel, the battery would have landed in the water, a few inches from the generator. Not the hardest shot to make.
If the battery is related
To the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water. But my arm had been cut. Lifting a battery would hurt too much. Neo batteries are pretty lightweight, though.
The battery clearly couldn't have fallen from somewhere.
Okay, it's not
If
that.
the battery is related to the case, only Diana
could have thrown it in the water. But my arm had been cut. Lifting a battery would hurt too much.
Neo batteries are
Pretty lightweight, though.
The battery clearly couldn't have fallen from somewhere.
It has to be this one, right?
If the battery is related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water. But my arm has been cut! Lifting a battery would hurt too much! Neo batteries are pretty lightweight, though.
The battery clearly couldn't have
fallen from somewhere.
It was this one?
No, that's wrong!
When is that thin piece of metal gonna play a part?
No. The battery might actually have fallen from the generator.
What makes you say that?
The shrapnel's position in front of the generator suggests there's a correlation between the two. However, it's unlikely Diana threw the battery at the generator. Not only is the boiler room difficult to see in, the generator is positioned far enough from the concrete platform that Diana, with her wounded arm, would need to stand on the platform's edge to make the shot, which would obviously put her in danger of being attacked by Wolfgang again.
Yeah. Wolfgang was really close. He could reach over to me if he wanted.
If the battery hadn't been thrown, the only other possibility is that it fell down into the water. And considering the layout of the boiler room, what else could the battery fall off of? Except the generator.
Are you saying the battery was sitting on top of the generator?
On top, but maybe. What position was the battery in? Suspended over?
I got it. The battery may have been suspended over the generator.
By the thin piece of wire.
Suspended over.
The battery was suspended, so that piece makes a lot of sense. Finally! I knew it was gonna come out somewhere. The thin piece of metal. Wait, what? Oh. Never mind. F2 show question. What was the battery suspended by? Oh, the extension cord.
This is it.
You see that bridge?
Tied the extension cord around the battery and slung the battery over the generator. If the cord and battery were tied together at the time of the generator's explosion, it would explain why half of the cord had been burned away.
The more you explain it, the more unbelievable it sounds.
What if that's the point? Maybe the killer chose a crazy method because no one would believe it.
I don't see how weaving a cord into the mix is any more beneficial than leaving it out. If anything, the cord adds extra weight.
Which would be especially inconvenient for Diana, because her arm is bleeding.
Right. It wouldn't benefit Diana to hold the cord, so what if she didn't? Something else may have been supporting the cord instead.
Something like... What was holding the cord? Object.
I got it. Throughout this trial, we've assumed the killer held the battery in some form or another. If the battery was on its own, the killer tossed it in. If the battery was wrapped with a cord, the killer held the other end of the cord. But in the same way something else can hold the battery, can't something else also hold the cord?
Ugh. My head's starting to spin.
My head's spinning!
Are you talking about something which could keep the cord in place?
Something to keep the cord in place. Imagine the cord and the battery tied around in front of the generator in the same spot with the shrapnel at surface. Could it be the vent?
This is it.
This is where it's all coming together!
The killer tied the cord to the vent.
Also, that fan... is that Shiver? No, this is a child.
What then?
Like, literally, she's actually a child. She's 14 years old.
The one above the generator. It connects the boiler room and the dining hall.
I have a prime suspect.
There's a vent above the generator?
You should remember some light shining into the boiler room. That's where the vent is. The vent itself is set a bit far back into the wall. So, you probably assumed the spot was a small window or something.
If the boiler room and the dining hall are separated by one vent, does this make the wallpaper thin, or...?
There's two vents. The boiler room vent and the dining hall vent. Both are connected via a small ventilation shaft. I was able to get a close look at the boiler room vent after Ava and I woke up, which is why I know these details.
How close is close for someone under 6 foot?
Shut the fuck up.
Ava helped me reach the vent,
By?
letting me sit on her shoulders.
Quite the visual.
Damn. Don't rub it in.
Anyway,
Shiver acts like a child.
If the killer tied one end of the cord to the vent, and the other end around the battery, they could suspend the battery over the generator.
Something like that would result in an explosion.
What do you mean?
You say the killer tied one end of the cord to the vent and the other end to the battery. However, indoor extension cords are much longer than regular cords. They can be upwards of 9 or more meters in length, as opposed to the average cord's 2 meters.
It was only half of it,
9
though.
meters is significantly longer than the distance between the vent and the boiler room floor. If the killer wanted to tie the battery to the cord's other end, they would be tying it to something which is already submerged in water.
I see. It is an impossible setup.
Not necessarily. Killer can get ridiculously reduced the length of the cord by doing that. They cut the cord.
Cut the cord using what exactly?
Oh,
And
never
where-
mind.
Could have been the storage closets.
Well, I've been through those closets twice now, and I never saw scissors.
Not even pliers?
I didn't see pliers either.
Could the cord have been cut with Wolfie's knife?
You believe the victim set up the murder trap?
So this whole thing was a suicide mission?
Okay, yeah, no. Maybe... no.
I got it.
Okay, yeah.
The extension cord is pretty thin and flimsy. If the killer wanted the battery to be secure, they need to wrap a lot of cord around it. Probably to the point there wouldn't be much spare cord remaining. Which is a good thing, because this spare cord is what the battery will be suspended by. So long as the spare cord isn't too long, the battery will sit safely above the water.
So much effort.
Agreed. How do you even submerge the battery into the water under those circumstances?
How? Simple. By adjusting the cord's position. All the killer needs to utilize is a certain aspect of the boiler room. What did the killer use to adjust the boiler room's position? Ah, shit. Oh well. Okay, it's not that.
This is it.
Okay, let's just click that, okay.
Like I mentioned earlier, I gave the vent a close look after originally waking up in the boiler room. Part of my inspection included opening the vent to get a better look at the other side.
The vent can be opened?
Not all the way, but far enough for the vent to cause a domino effect if then closed. In our case, a domino effect involving the extension cord tied to it. If we assume the vent must be open for the battery to remain a safe distance above the water, we end up with a pulley system. To prevent the battery from entering the water, the vent is literally pulling the entire cord backwards. Ergo, it's not just the killer's own measurements keeping the battery in place, but the vent itself.
Interesting.
Having opened one of these vents before, I can tell you how tough they are to move.
Wrapping my fingers around the grate directly in front of me, I pulled as hard as I could.
A lightweight battery definitely isn't heavy enough to pull one shut. It takes an actual person to close one, which is great for the killer, because it means they get to maintain full control over when the battery enters the water. If they close the vent, the cord should slide forward and submerge the battery into the water. When that happens, the boiler room water becomes electrified by the battery's components, which in turn causes electricity to pass directly into the body of Wolfgang, who is standing in the water.
Then it causes the explosion.
Exactly which vent is the cord being tied to?
The boiler room vent.
Funny. Earlier, You said there's a small vent shaft connecting the boiler room vent to the dining hall vent. Assuming the killer is operating this trap from outside the boiler room. Since we know there were only ever 2 people in that room, how would they even be able to reach the boiler room vent? Like you said, there's a separate vent in front of it.
Oh, she has a point. I've been assuming the cord is tied to the boiler room vent, but I failed to consider the ventilation shaft. It becomes considerably harder to reach the boiler room vent if you have to reach down that shaft first. Not just that, I never tested to see if the boiler room vent can open inwards. I only got it open outwards. By that logic, a vent on the opposite side of the shaft.
This could only mean one thing. The killer never tied the cord to the boiler room vent. They tied the cord to the dining hall vent.
That just creates the same problem as before, but reversed.
That is some Nagito shit. True, this is literally so freaking complicated.
Instead of the dining hall vent making it hard to close the boiler room vent, it's the boiler room vent making it hard to reach the dining hall vent.
While the vents may seem like an obstruction,
Like, I thought this was gonna be an open and shut case and Diana was the killer, but now this is just like, what the fuck?
There's a very easy workaround. All the killer needs to do is fit the extension cord between the grates of the boiler room vent.
Oh yeah, the grates. You mentioned something about them earlier. Right. When you described opening the boiler room vent.
Fingers on the grate directly in front of me, I pulled as hard as I could.
If you can fit your fingers between the grates, there's no damn way you can't fit a cord.
Exactly. After which, you could slide the cord through the ventilation shaft and out the opposite end for the killer to then go and tie to the...
Okay, Ulysses, what the fuck do you want?
Hello?
What is it now?
There's something I still don't understand about your theory. It's to do with the logistics of the cord.
The logistics?
Its size.
We're back to discussing this again. Never mind, I'll find a way to combat his argument, just like I've done countless times already. Frickin' nerd, doesn't even get any sleep.
I understand the boiler room vent can be opened. Maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder.
I don't see a problem here. The killer doesn't even need to open that vent, because they could simply slide the cord between the grates.
Indoor extension cords may be thin, but the plugs on either side of them aren't. How can the killer fit both those plugs between the gaps in the vent grate? Either the boiler room vent was never involved, or it was open at some point, and someone else closed it. That is my issue.
His argument might have made some sense if there were one fatal
Indoor
flaw.
extension cords may be thin, but the plugs on either side of them aren't.
I'll cut through those words!
That was the argument I was trying to make earlier about the plugs.
If you insert the cord through the boiler room vent first, it's possible to fit the cord through. You just need to start with the internal plug. The cords in Storage Closet D have a slim internal end. This can easily be slid through the gaps in the vent. Once the killer ties the cord around the dining hall vent, presumably with a knot, the cord won't be at risk of sliding back out either.
I see. When put like that, whether or not the boiler room vent was closed isn't really relevant.
How'd you figure all this out from some shrapnel and an extension cord? This is crazy.
Kai is like, just any random person in this game is just like, you got all this information just from 2 random pieces of evidence.
At the same time, what he's describing sounds plausible.
Since the battery was suspended over the generator, it's no surprise the machine ended up the way it did. Fortunately for Diana, she was safe by virtue of remaining on the platform. I imagine that was also the killer's intention.
The killer kept her on the platform?
They must have known they were injecting Wolfgang with a hallucinogenic. So, it's possible they hoped his behavior would scare Diana off from entering the water. Although, even if Diana did die, the moment people realized only she and Wolfgang entered the boiler room, they probably call the whole thing a murder gone wrong.
Well, all of this certainly changes things.
Huh?
If the killer is someone who needed access to the vent and needed to be operating from the dining hall, then everyone who attended the tournament is a suspect.
And we thought everyone at the tournament was guaranteed to be safe. We all had alibis.
What?
No way!
One of the tournament attendees is the killer? Damn it, how did I not realize sooner? The fact the killer could even access the vent means they must have been in the dining hall at the time of Wolfgang's murder.
So we can reduce it down to 8 people. Damon, Kai, Grace, Eva, Cassidy, Jed, Mark, and John.
I have a
It was
suspect.
totally Cassidy. She set the whole thing up.
Hey, I was only trying to improve the mood.
It wasn't me. I was playing a game with Damon when the lights went out.
I had to play music.
Me too.
You never touched my equipment.
I meant I was watching Kai and Damon play.
I was spectating as well.
Me too.
Me 3! And Cass 2, I think? I was too focused on the game to remember who was or wasn't there.
If everyone's telling the truth, then all 8 of y'all were crowded round the same spot?
So it can't be Kai because we were playing together. I distinctively remember Grace was watching us, so it
Near
can't
the
be her
right
either.
wall where the TV was set up. It's also the furthest wall from the vent.
Seems like someone is lying again.
I think I know who's lying. Tournament participant who flipped the vent. I could deduce who that person is by determining everyone's position directly before they black out. Problem is, I myself have been totally preoccupied with the game. Never got a good look at the actual people around me. Never got a good look. Wait, is that it? Well, I never got a good look at the others, and still deduced their general positions if they were near me. Whether or not I heard them. Think, Damon. Who and what did I hear back then? It was you. The only person I never heard was you. Was I right? Aw, damn it! It's not Mark. Okay, can't be Kai. Is it Grace? Did I hear Grace's voice? I feel like... Don't tell me it's John. Okay, it's not John. Be Kai. Is it actually Jet? No. Wait, no. Don't tell me. Don't tell me it's actually Cassidy. Okay, good, it's not Cassidy. But is it Jet? I thought I heard him. Okay, no, it's not Jet. It's not me or Kai, since we were both playing. It's not Jet. No. 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 No! No!
It has to
not
be
Eva!
you!
No, not Eva!
The killer is Ava.
No!
Ava's the only one whose position I can't account for. Mark was mixing a track at the time Kai and I were playing a game, so I know he must have been stationed at his pad. And everyone else? I remember hearing their voices over the sound of the game. Everyone. Except Ava. In fact, the last I saw her, she was standing in the corner of the room with the vent.
So Ava flipped the vent?
Eva.
Oh.
No.
Oh man! And the reason no one heard it is because the music was too loud!
Don't blame me. I was just doing what I was told.
No one's blaming you. We're all in on Eva.
Care to contribute anything, Eva?
I didn't flip the vent.
Well, Damon says you did.
Damon says a lot of things.
No.
Well, you aren't technically wrong. I don't think that counts as an argument.
His theory is full of plot holes. He just refuses to point them out.
What plot holes?
The cord.
What?
In retrospect, you were so quick to accuse me that you overlooked a huge problem with the cord. If I'm the killer, How did I dispose of it?
Trick question. You left the cord tied to the vent.
What then? It unraveled by itself and fell into the water?
Yeah, you got me there.
How did Eva get rid of the cord? I'm sure it's possible. She knew how to untie it at the right time. When did Eva... during the blackout?
I got it. To dispose of the cord, you just untied it during the blackout.
She untied the knot during a blackout?
Being the one who set up the trap, Ava could have easily practiced untying the knot in advance. Or she just made it a really simple knot. Either way, it wouldn't be any more difficult than untying your shoelaces with your eyes closed.
If Ava untied the cord, did it also fall into the water?
Diana's testimony says as much.
It does?
During your confrontation with Wolfgang, you recounted hearing certain sounds.
No, why? Why does it have to be Eva? No. I was actually really liking her. This is a freaking Min from Danganronpa Despair Time. This is just Min's murder, because she was like, oh, I'm your friend, Teriko. I'm gonna help you investigate. I'm the one who believes in you.
Second, when you first recounted
I'm your bestie, because the other bestie betrayed you, or whatever.
But why would a thin knife make such a big splash?
Then, do you think...
What really caused that sound was probably the extension cord falling into the water.
When you say it that way, it does seem likelier.
I should have known. The kid who lied about her talents and tried to lie about the Tozy trinkets. I should have known. I should have known only Eva fucking Sanaka would kill Wolfgang!
You're right that Eva's lied to us several times already.
But she's just a mathlete. How did someone like her come up with something this complicated?
Her talent would give her the upper hand in all that measurement nonsense.
She told me herself she's more than just her title.
Even so, the sheer volume of items Eva had to steal. She's been under heavy suspicion these past few days. How did she sneak into Jet and Desmond's rooms without being noticed?
It's impossible. Wolfgang even got mad at me for being late to the dining hall by a few minutes.
Yes, babe.
I've been watched the entire time I've been here. There's no way Jet wouldn't have noticed me taking his battery.
Right on. No one steals from me.
They already did.
And anyway, how could I enter the cord through the boiler room vent when I can't even reach the top of the generator? If anything, you should be suspicious of the taller students.
It's you. What are the other two most disgusting things? Very funny! But did in fact have a way to reach the vent. All she had to use was... the boxes.
Ava grabbed one of the boxes on the concrete platform.
That's setting myself up. Removing a box would reduce the amount of boxes on the platform from 3 to 2.
Flexing your mathematical prowess, I see.
I'm saying Damon would have noticed if a box was missing, since there's so few of them to start with. But he never noticed anything, because there were just as many boxes as there were last time.
Couldn't you just move the box back after using it?
Then the underside of the box would be wet, which it wasn't.
This I can confirm.
Okay, so maybe it's the railing?
This is it.
Okay. I blame Mukuro Ikusaba.
Ava, to reach the top of the generator, you simply stood on one of the boxes in the boiler room. There's already a huge pile of them near the generator itself. You could easily push one up against the machine.
She would have known about those boxes in advance, too.
Okay, I could have used the boxes to reach the top of the generator, and I could have fit the cord through both vents if I inserted the right plug. I can do both of those things without attracting suspicion. What I can't do without attracting suspicion is opening the vent.
Which vent are we talking about?
The dining hall one. Based on what Damon's saying, it needs to be opened for the killer's trap to work. But opening it during the tournament is asking to be caught, and opening it before the tournament is useless because Jet, Cassidy, and Mark would see it while setting up.
Oh yeah, you're right. If there was an open vent with a cord tied to it, I would have noticed for sure.
Now that Eva mentions it, I'm pretty sure the vent was closed during setup.
The vent was closed?
See, there's no way I can execute this trap without being caught. It's a stupid trap anyway. All the cord and vent stuff is too complicated. There's a billion ways it could go wrong. Damon's just making stuff up. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
What the? That's bull.
Can it, you four-eyed troll? You can't talk your way out of this one.
Shit.
Only person who would be sick-minded enough to kill Wolfgang is you and only you. Don't you fucking try and tell me otherwise.
Damn, Grace, go up.
You can't say I'm the murderer just because I sat near a vent.
Four-eyed troll is brutal. True.
Wolfgang exposed you for the snake you are, and you despised him because of it. You have a motive.
Perhaps our understanding of the mechanism is wrong? Maybe it wasn't closing the vent that triggered it, but something else?
Do you have any evidence to prove that?
Even if this trap was used, you can't guarantee it operated the way Damon described.
How so?
Well, the battery could have been tied to the extension cord, with a special knot which can untie by itself. After a bit of time passes.
There's even less evidence for that!
Evidence? No one here cares about evidence. I just happened to be at the game tournament, and now you're saying I'm a killer.
Never mind what was said before. Focus on the facts. I just need to focus.
You can't say I'm the murderer just because I sat near a vent.
It seems to be pretty good evidence to me.
Wolfgang exposed you for the snake you are, and you despised him because of it. You have a motive.
Alright, see you, babe. Have a great time.
Perhaps our understanding of the mechanism is wrong? Maybe it wasn't closing the vent that triggered it, but something else?
Do you have any evidence to prove that?
Even if this trap was used, you can't guarantee it operated the way Damon described.
How so?
Well, the battery could have been tied to the extension cord, with a special knot which can untie by itself. After a bit of time passes.
There's even less evidence for that!
Evidence? No one here cares about
Evidence.
Oh, so you're a wolf? Yeah, I am a wolf.
I just happened to be
At the game tournament.
No, that's wrong!
What do you mean, you just happen to be? Yes, I am
No.
Barry's wolf boy.
It's no coincidence you were at the game tournament.
Ugly duckly.
In fact, it's not even a coincidence the tournament took place during the murder.
What do you mean?
She said the time when it should take place.
It was impossible for me to notice this earlier, but the killer timed the tournament so it would grant them an alibi for the murder.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Are you accusing me of murder again? I thought you said Ava was the culprit.
The detective isn't supposed to switch suspects in the last stretch like this. You're totally throwing the audience for a loop, and not in a good way.
Cassidy.
Except neither of you played a role in determining what time the tournament would be held. The only person to determine that was Ava.
When I was training my talent, I did most of my studying at 9 AM. The brain is most active and ready to absorb information around that time. I think this effect could help our video game skills. A 9 AM tourney, huh? Wouldn't be the first time. Screw it, let's do it at 9 AM. 1 hour after the morning announcement.
Ava knew she would be in the dining hall tomorrow. So when Cassidy announced the tournament, she realized it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to create an alibi for herself.
That's insane. How could she have come up with something like that on the spot?
It wasn't just for an alibi either. Since Ava knew about the tournament, she could time the setup of her trap accordingly.
So to answer a question of why neither Cassidy, Jet, nor Mark has noticed the open vent, I think back on when Cassidy told me earlier today, where the tournament began, I can discern exactly what Ava opened the vent.
I got it! Cassidy, you told me Ava approached you yesterday and asked to help set up the tournament. What exactly did she say?
Thank you.
When did I tell you this again?
Before the tournament?
Oh, now I remember. Yeah, Eva wanted to see what sort of equipment the tournament needed. After I showed her Mark's stuff and told her we were redecorating the dining hall, she offered to help.
Back when this conversation happened, you still hadn't decided what time you were gonna start redecorating, right?
Yeah, it's kind of embarrassing. Eva really helped me out, though. She said she would stack the dining hall furniture we weren't going to use later that night. Afterwards, we could focus purely on arranging the technical stuff in the morning.
Alright. Then tell me what happened last night.
Jet, Mark, Eva, and I came to the dining hall at around 8:40 p.m. probably. We stacked the table and the dining chairs against the left wall, and the sofas we moved to the middle of the room, maybe a little more to the right. Then we all went back to our dorms. Well, I was kind of hungry, so I stayed back a few minutes before leaving.
Hold the phone. If those sofa chairs were moved to the middle of the room, why did I see one over in the corner this morning?
Because Eva pushed it there.
Eva what?
She didn't want to take part in the tournament. Just watch it from the side. That's what she told me. I never thought it was weird or anything. Some people just like sticking to the walls of rooms, you know?
We're talking about
Girly.
the sofa in the upper left corner, aye? The one next to the coffee table.
Yes, sirree, Bob.
Yo, when the power went out, I'm pretty sure Damon ran over to that corner to look through. Yeah, a vent!
Did she move the chair there so it would be easier to reach the vent later?
Why would I when Cassidy just said the vent was closed during setup?
Because you were covering for yourself in advance.
Huh?
The vent may not have been open at the time, but I'm willing to bet that's because you were still creating your trap.
In what way?
Let's say Ava took a detour for the boiler room first, and slid the internal plug through both vents. After going upstairs and helping rearrange the dining hall furniture, during which she moves a sofa chair so it obscures the vent, she heads outside and hides until everyone else goes to bed. Then, she walks back in and opens the vent.
So Eva took complete advantage of them?
Not my fault those two are so trusting.
You think a big guy like me was gonna be afraid of some mathlete? No way!
I mean, she did lie about a lot of important things. Her talent being one of them.
She also cried and fled the scene after we found out, no?
I just thought it was cool. She wanted to help me out.
Hey, can we backtrack a little?
What is it, Kai?
So before all this Ava talk?
Why? What happened?
It's to do with the chair's position.
The chair?
You guys keep saying it was in front of the vent, but Damon stood in front of the vent during the blackout. If the chair was in the position you all say it was, it should have blocked him from crouching in front of the vent.
Ava probably just moved it during the blackout. Before the blackout, it was positioned with its back to the left wall. However, when I ran over to the vent, the chair was suddenly pushed up against the northern wall, out of the vent's range. Ava must have shifted the chair while everyone was initially panicking from the blackout. I'm guessing she hoped people would misremember its position and think it was always along the northern wall.
Oh man! So I totally fell for it?
I also remember seeing a speaker in that corner.
Yeah, about that. This morning, Jet, Mark, and I arrived at the dining hall a little after 8 a.m., then Eva came a few minutes later. She helped us put together Mark's equipment, which was stationed in the lower right corner of the room. And then she volunteered to place speakers around the room while Jet and I set up the TV next to the fireplace.
Moving a speaker near the vent. Did Eva do that to drown out Diana and Wolfgang's scuffle?
Yeah, and in turn exacerbate the effects of the other speakers. There were almost a dozen spread throughout the dining hall. Some even sandwiched into corners they didn't need to be. Eva probably placed them that way to cover as much ground as possible.
Still. Eva entered the dining hall at 8:10 a.m., right? So wouldn't it be impossible for her to knock out Lawyer Man at 8:15 a.m.?
According to Ava, she arrived around 8:10 a.m. But it's possible she actually arrived much later. Since there's no clock in the dining hall, he just couldn't have known. In fact, that might be why Ava seemed so eager to arrange Mark's equipment in the morning. Upon realizing it had a clock, she wanted to ensure it would only be powered on after she arrived.
It seems the setup of this trap occurred across 3 phases. Phase 1 took place in the boiler room and involved tying a lithium battery to an extension cord. The cord was then slid through the grates of the closed boiler room vent, presumably until it almost poked out the other end of the ventilation shaft. Phase 2, by contrast, was carried out in the dining hall. The aforementioned cord was tied around the dining hall vent, which was then left open. This must have happened after Cassidy, Mark, and Jet were already done redecorating. For the third and final phase, the battery was carefully suspended over the generator. All these steps combined created a pulley system, which could only be triggered by closing the dining hall vent. Is there anything I'm missing?
How I closed the vent.
Huh?
No one has explained how I closed the dining hall vent. Obviously, I didn't do it during the blackout. According to Damon, the blackout can only happen after the vent is closed. So, I must have stood up, gone behind the chair, and closed the vent during the tournament. That's stupid. Someone is definitely going to notice that sort of conspicuous move. It doesn't matter if that someone is on the opposite side of the room. They're going to notice.
How did we overlook such an obvious discrepancy?
Eva's right. Standing up would look really suspicious. Which is exactly why she used that to circumvent the problem. So... what allowed Ava to close it without attracting suspicion?
This is it. The location of your chair bypasses this problem entirely. To close the vent, all you need to do is set the chair to recline and reach behind you.
Set the chair to recline?
All the dining hall chairs have the ability to recline. Some were already set to that position at the start of the tournament, including Ava's. With her chair in recline, Ava can easily reach down and close the vent without shifting from her position.
Damn, managing to do a whole murder while sitting down and relaxing.
It's not perfectly inconspicuous, but it's subtle enough to not catch most people's attention, especially those focused on watching a video game competition. Well, am I wrong?
This isn't funny. Just because I was sitting in front of the vent doesn't mean I was the one who triggered the mechanism.
No one can sneak up behind you without drawing attention. Especially when all the lights were still on.
That's just dumb! Where I was sitting shouldn't make me a murderer.
Even so, with everything we've spoken about...
Everything? Did you already forget what was said earlier? Just look at all the items I would need to set up this murder. The battery, the extension cord, the rolling pin, the taser, the syringe, and the supposed drug used with it. How could I have collected all of those things? Wolfgang and everyone else hated me because I lied about my talent. They were on their guard whenever I was around. You think Jet and Desmond would just let me walk into their rooms and take their stuff?
That's true. We still haven't explained how she robbed 2 people's rooms without being caught.
Unless you can prove I had the chance to get all this stuff, you can't make me out to be the killer.
Fine. I'll show proof. Only you could obtain the
that
items
is
necessary
true.
for
How
this
did
murder.
she? Eva obtained the items of the murder. She had Desmond's blackmail, so she could have easily met up with him.
Ava, you were well aware of the existence of those items. For starters, everyone heard about Jet's battery. It was common knowledge due to his boasting.
Wait, so it's all my fault? Ouch.
Since the dorms aren't locked, you could have easily snuck in and grabbed the battery while no one was inside. The battery is lightweight too, so you wouldn't have trouble carrying it. For the rest of your plan, the syringe and drugs are both readily available in the pharmacy. And as for the taser, you may not have known about its existence right away, but you still had every incentive to search Desmond's room because you received his blackmail.
Eva? You knew my blackmail this whole time and never said anything?
So what?
Huh?
So what if I knew? I wasn't the only one. Damon knew your blackmail as well.
Oh yeah, he read it out loud to everyone earlier, didn't he?
Damon knew almost everything I did. He knew where the items used in this murder were stored. He knew the layout of the boiler room and the storage closets. He knew all sorts of things.
Girl, you can't blame
the
me.
The only thing he didn't know is the one thing more important than any piece of physical evidence.
The hell are you talking about?
See, you still don't know. You still don't know that we never saw eye to eye.
Huh?
Eye to eye... on the not killing each other stuff?
On Wolfgang.
Eh?
Damon saw the way Wolfgang scolded me and treated me like a bad guy. and he thought I hated him the same way he did.
What?
But unlike Damon, I never wanted Wolfgang to die.
What the?
This bitch!
Whoa!
She is a lying mother. Well, that's not surprising, but...
Not a first for this trial.
If you thought you saw the worst of Damon after the dummy trial, you underestimate just how low he can stoop.
You bitch! I was feeling actually bad for you!
I practically risked my life pretending to be his ally. But in return, he let me see the extent of his deceitfulness, which is why I can tell everyone that Damon has Wolfgang's blackmail.
You motherfucker.
Oh gosh.
Eva, you!
Any reason you didn't tell us this earlier?
Well, I didn't think it was incriminating at first.
Not even when he refused to come forward about it?
That was weird, but I didn't want to make accusations at the time because it could have just been his ego talking. Only after watching him reject the taser gun over this dumb mechanism he made up did I realize I had potential evidence on my hands.
Damon, do you have your blackmail on you? Don't worry about reading it out loud or anything. Just show the image. That's all you gotta do.
Did Eva really never trust me? Why then did she disclose so much to me? Why did she tell me? It's because I trust you. No, this can't be at the forefront of my mind right now. I'm on the cusp of bringing this case to a close. What Eva thinks about shouldn't matter. What she thinks about me. You took my side back at the beginning, remember? We're the only people who refused to listen to that lawyer. You helped solve the mystery behind that whole case. No one thanked you, though. I'm really sorry about how things turned out. The other students wouldn't have treated you unfairly if it wasn't for me. Did she just lie about all that? Damn it. Damn it! The entire time I've been judging the others for trusting they are, not even realizing. Just blindly following the words of a stranger. And now everyone's here. They're gonna hold this blackmail crap against me, even more than if I had just come forward earlier. You should have just said shit, Kai. Why did you say anything? And so what choice do I have? No one will let the discussion continue unless I tell the truth.
Fine. I'll show it. But only the picture. As requested.
Those words, I retrieved the envelope from my pocket. Pulled out the photo.
He's married?
Ingrid, Wolfgang doesn't have blue eyes.
So, who is this then? His parents?
I mean, why else would the guy look like him?
Given the year this photo was taken, these two people must be his parents. Look at what's printed at the bottom. April 17th, 2001. We know how old Wolfgang is because of the student reports. In 2001, he wasn't even born yet.
But why his parents? Are they being held against their will?
You can't leave us hanging, Damo! You gotta read out what it says!
That's not what was asked of me. And even if I had to, I don't think someone who can't explain himself should have his secrets revealed to everyone.
Some things are better left unsaid.
For the record, I know what Wolfgang's blackmail says, but it didn't change my outlook on him. I don't think it's possible for anyone to hate someone like Wolfgang. He was always brave in the face of sheer adversity, and encouraged everyone else to act likewise. Wolfgang challenged me to be a better person. Wolfgang challenged all of us to be better people, and maybe Ava simply couldn't rise to his challenge.
Don't listen to him! He's trying to divert everyone from the truth!
Even though Wolfgang and I didn't always see eye to eye, my respect for him and his talent never wavered. Why would someone like me harm him? Me, who's been leading this trial much the same way he led the one before. I may have questioned the idea no one here would kill, but that doesn't make me someone who wants to see bloodshed.
He does! He does want bloodshed!
You motherfucker.
We have all the proof he's a cold-blooded killer! Wolfgang's blackmail, which he lied about having!
But wasn't Damon playing?
Nothing he says should be trusted. Nothing he says about me, or anything else.
It is odd that we place faith in a man who does not have faith in us. So much so, these discussions are mostly led by his own conjecture.
Damon isn't the killer, though. Why would he try to mislead anyone?
Thank you, Kai.
Like, he and I were playing a game when the murder happened. and multiple people can vouch for us.
Not to mention, the things he's been saying make a lot of sense.
Truth has no personal alliance. That's why.
Even if he wasn't here, we'd arrive at the same conclusion anyway.
Depends who you mean by we.
Then, you all still think I'm the killer?
Yes.
Someone needs to be voted by the end of this.
Don't just say it like that.
Oh god, she got a new sprite. Yep.
My ears!
How would I know? How would I know when to drop it?
Drop what?
The battery! Damon says the killer dropped the battery when Diana was already in the boiler room. But how would I know when Diana was in the boiler room?
You set the
It's not as if I
time.
can listen out for her. The music speakers are too loud. And the dining hall has no clocks. So it'd be impossible for me to know if it was 8:45 a.m.
True.
Right. Only Mark's DJ pad had a clock.
Maybe Ava asked Mark for the time.
She never spoke to me.
We never spoke. I never even got up from my chair. Besides, how could I be sure Diana arrived on time anyway? If you can't explain how I knew when to drop the battery, then shut up and stop accusing me!
Eva makes a decent point. How did she drop the battery in time? She just rely on chance? No, that doesn't seem likely. Her entire plan falls if the timing isn't right. Think it. Now, years of debate have taught me anything. I need to look at this from another angle. Just take it from the top while assuming Eva's the killer. She saw?
I got it. The only way the killer would have known when to spring their trap was by seeing Diana enter the room. Any uncertainty would ruin the plan, and the dining hall was too loud to hear anything over.
So when did she watch Diana from? It's only two possible places.
Trying to look into the boiler room through the vent is impossible.
Maybe the camera?
This is it. It's impossible to see anything from the vent, which means the only way anyone could see into the room was by using the school cameras.
Say what?
I don't understand how, but Ava must have used the camera.
Is she working with the kidnappers?
Are you kidding me? How the hell would I have access to the camera?
Or did it actually see what was happening on the security cameras? What would Eva need to... Did she access something? Screen, huh? Thinking back on the various clues to discuss, I can't pinpoint anything we could provide to answer that question. It's like deja vu, hasn't it? All the other options are ruled out. I can only turn toward the one which still remains. The one thing we have yet to discuss. Eva, it's time to bring an end to what you started. For better or for worse, this one will be your final lie. It's time to solve the final piece of this puzzle. However, it won't be without a fight. Announcing Argument Altercation. In this game, it's your opponent battle each other in a bullet hell extravaganza. Dodge the opponent's attack, shoot down their arguments, and solve the case. Use the WASD keys to move, space to fire noise bullets, and use focus to the left shift key to slow down the battle temporarily. Opponent will fire their own bullets, so make sure to use your ability strategically to avoid damage. Also, make statements of their own, which will appear as orange text. Oh, and at the start of the game, you started the game with a shield, meaning they cannot be damaged by any means. But don't worry, you can weaken their shield by breaking their statements with your bullets. Breaking their statements also charges your Mega Bullet. You want to press F key to fire. Why? That's the only way to damage your opponent. If you miss, don't worry. In the statements, after a certain amount of time, you'll progress to the next stage of the battle, and your opponent will become frenzied and their attacks even wilder. Once they finally run out of HP, the opponent will ask you the burning question. Use the WASD keys in the correct order to solve the case. If you fail, you have to start over, in the last stage of the battle. However, losing all your HP will force you to restart from the beginning, so I suggest you don't do that. This is quite a lot of information. Okay.
I didn't see anything. Why would I kill anyone? I just wanted to help. Why would I kill anyone? There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. This isn't fair. I didn't see it. Who cares about the camera?
There's no proof I killed. I didn't see anything. This isn't fair. Ouch! Damon, I thought you trusted me. I didn't see anything.
Whoa, whoa. Oh, this is so weird.
It's Damon who's suspicious. Why would I kill? Who cares about the camera? It's Damon who's Why would I kill anyone? I didn't see anything. This isn't fair. Ow! I just wanted to help. Why won't you believe me?
Just becoming desperate.
I just wanted to help. This isn't fair. Why would I kill anyone? I just wanted to help. I just wanted to help. It's Damon who says there's no proof. Who cares about the camera? I didn't see anything. Who cares about the camera? Why would this isn't fair. Who cares about the camera? It's Damon who's suspicious. Why would How could I access the security camera?
Eva's personal game console.
It's Damon who's suspicious.
That was fast. Never
Why
mind.
would I kill anyone? Who cares about the camera? Ouch! I just wanted to help.
Wait, what? Okay.
Who cares about the camera?
Guess I
There's
died.
No proof I killed Wolfgang. Who cares about the camera? I didn't see anything. Who cares about the camera? I didn't see anything. Who cares about the camera? This isn't fair. Who cares about the camera? I didn't see anything. There's no proof Why would I kill anyone? Who? Damon, I thought you trusted me. This isn't fair. This isn't fair. Why would I kill anyone? Who cares about the camera? There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I just wanted to help. Why would I kill anyone? There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. This isn't fair. Why would I kill anyone? Why would I kill anyone? This isn't fair. This isn't fair. I just wanted to help. I didn't see anything. Who cares about the camera? Why would I kill anyone? I didn't see anything. I didn't see I told you so.
Ah, crap. This is actually kind of hard. He was so close, but the timing was super fast for no reason.
I just wanted to help. Who cares about the camera? It's Damon who's Why would I kill anyone? I just wanted to help. Why would I kill anyone? It's Damon who's suspicious. This isn't fair. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. I just wanted to help. Ouch! Who cares about the camera? Who cares about the camera? I didn't see anything. This isn't fair. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I thought you trusted me. Why would I kill anyone? Who cares about the camera? I didn't see it. I just wanted to help. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. It's Damon who's suspicious. I just wanted to help. Ouch! I just wanted to help. Why would I kill anyone? I didn't see it. Why won't you believe me?
'Cause you're sus as hell.
It's Damon who's suspicious. It's Damon who's suspicious. This isn't fair. This isn't fair. Why would I kill anyone? Who cares about the camera? This isn't fair. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. It's Damon who's suspicious.
Who cares about the camera? It's Damon who's suspicious. I didn't see anything. Ouch! How could I access the security camera?
Eva's personal game console.
Kill me!
What you said was true, Ava. Whether or not the trap works depends on if the killer can see inside the boiler room. Which begs the question, how does the killer see inside? They can't just get on their knees and peek through the vent. Everyone in the dining hall would notice. Besides, the vent probably offers very little in the way of an actual view of the room.
Exactly! It's impossible!
Right. It's impossible. From this particular angle, if I switch perspectives, your entire argument comes completely undone.
What do you mean?
Ava assumes I'm taking only one factor into account. Her position at the time of Wolfgang's murder. Little does she know that in ruling out that factor, she's led me straight to another. A certain item which could have granted her the ability to see inside the boiler room. An item that, like the chemical smell, only makes sense when all other options have been ruled out. The game console she brought with her to the tournament.
Ava had a game console?
She wanted to get in the spirit of the tournament without being directly involved. Or so she claimed. But when every other option has been ruled out, what else can we look to but the one that's yet to be addressed?
Are you saying she saw inside the boiler room using the console?
So it played live footage of the room?
Sounds like a stretch.
If I'm wrong, Ava should be able to prove her innocence. Go on, Ava. Show us the console.
Huh?
I don't think she has the console on her, dude.
She has to. She never had an opportunity to slink away and dispose of it.
What about the blackout?
When the blackout first hit, people were disorientated for about a minute at most. Ava likely spent those 60 seconds undoing the cord and moving the chair. Between then and now, she's never been alone. The only exception was when she and I split up to investigate the dining hall and the dorms respectively. However, the laundry room, dining hall, and courtyard all had people in them, so I doubt she hid the console in any of those rooms. And the janitor closet? That room has been locked for days now. She obviously couldn't hide the console there. Which means it must still be on her person. Like I said earlier, if I'm wrong about the console, you can take it out right now and show everyone its contents.
What are
Go
you
on.
waiting for? Quit hiding the stupid thing and show it!
You're just trying to make me look bad. You don't know what you're talking about. You're just jealous of me.
No, we
You're
ain't.
jealous of me and my talent. That's all you are. Jealous.
Hey, calm down.
Why not just pull out the console?
Yes, show us the console and then you'll be done with this.
No!
Eh?
I don't have to show anyone anything.
Girl, calm
That's the
down.
most suspicious thing you could say.
It's not suspicious. I'm telling the truth.
That's obviously a lie.
Why go through the effort of mentioning Wolfgang's blackmail if you won't reveal this?
Now that I think back on it, Ava had been staring at her console the entire tournament. I thought it was weird, coming all the way over to the dining hall when she could have just stayed in her dorm.
Well, where did she obtain this console? We should discuss those details before continuing any more with these accusations.
She said she won it from Tozu's gachapon.
Seems natural he would stock that machine with dangerous items. With this being a killing game and all.
Between 14 impossible culprits and one possible killer, there's no need to sort out the facts further. Ava, you're the only one we can vote for.
That's such twisted logic. You're going to vote for me without being completely sure I'm even guilty?
There's no need to be completely sure, if no one else can be suspected.
In case anyone still doubts Ava is the killer, I'll go through the case one last time. And once all the pieces are laid out for everyone to see, I'll prove she's the killer. Once and for all.
Let's end this. So, closing the vent, the blackout. So, what did Wolfgang and Diana receive? Which end of the core? What did the killer steal from Chen's room? Which rig was right? Battery activated. What occurred? The blackout. Closing the vent. So, closing the vent. Yeah. Letters from the killer. Did the killer leave? They got letters. The syringe. Just got the knife out. What's the killer use to drug Wolfgang? Internal plug. Car battery. The killer steal from Jet's dorm room. So, internal plug. What? Okay. The taser. The killer. Who arrived in the room after Wolfgang? Ah. Killer leaving the boiler room for the taser. Took the knife in the kitchen, Wolfgang. Diana.
This is how it happened. This case was directly incited by the motive Tozu introduced, in which everyone here received another person's blackmail. Amidst the chaos that spawned, the killer saw an opportunity to commit a murder. They sent letters to two people, Wolfgang Akide, who they planned to kill, and Diana Venezia, who they planned to frame. Wolfgang and Diana were asked to meet in the boiler room in 2 days' time. Wolfgang's letter told him to arrive at 8:15 a.m.
So no wonder
Diana's told her to arrive at 8:45
So no wonder Eva never saw
The messages
Diana's.
threatened to expose our blackmail, so we had no choice but to follow their instructions.
At this point, the killer probably knew the way they were going to kill Wolfgang, hence, how they reacted to this next piece of information. The following morning, it was revealed that Cassidy and Jet were going to hold a game tournament.
The point was for people to spend time together and not think murdery thoughts. But little did we know, a would-be killer was lurking nearby.
Just like, we just wanted to have a fun time together.
Their own plans and made it so the tournament would happen at 9 a.m.
Did you just agree with yourself?
Both Wolfgang and Diana turned down the offer, which must have been music to the killer's ears. Since it confirmed their plan was working, the killer took this as a sign to commence the next phase of their plan. Later that evening,
Only Grace could convince them to not go, or to freaking go to the tournament fully.
Though it might be more accurate to call it a murder mechanism, the killer wrapped an extension cord as tightly as they could around a car battery, which had been stolen from Jet's room. I imagine the battery must have been sitting on top of the generator. Wouldn't want to risk an explosion by bringing lithium too close to the water.
The killer avoided opening the boiler room vent for this segment, probably because they knew I'd remember it being closed originally.
A crucial part of the killer's plan would involve sliding the cord through the boiler room vent and out the other end into the dining hall. So they could then walk upstairs to the dining hall and tie the protruding part of the cord to the dining hall vent.
Funnily enough, the killer was going to be needed in the dining hall very shortly.
Yeah, to help Cass and me rearrange the dining hall's furniture. We were saving the whole thing for next morning, but they convinced us to do it that night instead.
Their intentions were threefold. Create an alibi, hide the vent with a piece of furniture, and then open the vent in secret. After which, They'd return to the boiler room and suspend the battery over the generator.
Which brings us to today.
Why?
Knowing better than to head downstairs without protection, Wolfgang went to the kitchen and armed himself with a knife. Toshiko didn't notice a knife on him when the two met in the hallway, so he must have hidden it in his blazer.
Wolfgang arrived inside the boiler room at 8:15 a.m., exactly like his letter requested. As he was waiting, the killer snuck up behind him.
And he got smacked right in the head with that steel rolling pin and crumpled like paper.
A syringe was then used to inject Wolfgang with a sleeping drug, ensuring he would remain in the boiler room until Diana arrived.
The killer might have, left the taser on the floor around this time.
Yeah, the taser they swiped from my dorm. They must have decided to raid the place after receiving my blackmail. If I'd heard about the taser sooner, I could have gotten rid of it, as well as whatever else my blackmail supposedly mentions.
Save the angsting for later, will you?
Anyway, back on
They didn't care about the equipment. They just wanted to put a speaker next to the vent because it would drown out the fight which was going to happen later.
Don't forget the digital clock! They wanted to get there before that became available. Don't need people knowing what time you actually arrived.
My letter said to meet at 8:45 a.m., so that's when I got to the boiler room. I made sure to close the door behind me, just as the message told me to.
Bad idea. Killer flipped the doorknob so that the lock was on the outside instead of the inside. You locked yourself in!
The room was really dark too. I didn't even see the suspended battery, only the blinking security camera. And then, Wolfgang, he got up on his feet all of a sudden, and he started crying and saying these weird things. I tried to keep him calm and asked him to come over to me, which he actually did. But the very next second, he attacked me with his knife.
The drugs probably gave him a frightening hallucination, and he perceived you as a threat.
What did he see, though?
He was screaming at me, and I was screaming back. No one from the tournament could hear us over the music. At one point, I even picked up the taser, but then I threw it back down again.
And that's when the killer decided it was time. Having set their chair to recline, they were able to casually reach down and close the vent behind them. This lowered the extension cord, causing the car battery to enter the water and discharge a huge amount of electricity.
Damn.
Wolfgang, who was still standing in the water, was electrocuted instantly. The battery itself exploded upon reacting with the water, which the killer was likely banking on as a way to destroy evidence. All of this happened right under my nose. No one could have guessed that someone present at the tournament was committing murder.
The explosion also damaged the generator and caused the blackout. Everyone ended up stumbling around in the dark.
Not for long, though. We quickly came back to our senses and agreed to look for a backup generator on the underground floor.
I used a hairpin to unlock the boiler room door and ran outside, but you guys had already made it downstairs.
That's when you say you ducked around a corner and out of sight. Only after everyone went inside the closets did you then dash upstairs.
It's a good thing she did. Otherwise, we'd have found her alone in a room with Wolfgang's dead body. We would have wrongly assumed Diana was the killer, and died as a result.
We got freaking saved.
This complicated scheme calls to mind only one person. One person who just so happened to be sitting in a certain sofa chair.
I can't believe this.
That person is you, Ava Sunaka.
I never
over.
expected her to
Ava,
actually be the murderer.
We know the truth.
It's not fair. This isn't fair. This isn't fair.
I didn't want this. Out of everyone, why Ava? Why did she lie? I know she was a liar, but why?
My blood is rushing!
Wonderful, brilliant, spectacular! You have seen beyond the foul lies of that scorned mathematician, and delivered the honourable truth with wit and aplomb.
Well done.
This is worthy of praise. Allow me to reward your success
This isn't
with...
funny.
Can you shut up? Now Tozu's mad ramblings, the trial room got completely silent, and was either staring at the floor or sneaking nervous glances at each other. I understand the reason for this frosty atmosphere. You found out who done it, so you wish to know why done it.
Such a spoil sport.
Very well. Every murder mystery has a motive, and I would loathe to break tradition at this stage.
There must be something.
Ava, why did you do this? Just why?
Come on.
Come on, speak up. You have nothing to lose now. It was Tozu. Huh? Tozu made me do it.
This is...
What?
You...
You've been working with Tozu this entire time?
Such disrespect.
Me and her? Oh, please. If her plan was to secretly infiltrate the killing game, she wouldn't have given herself such a attention-grabbing ultimate title.
Rubbish.
I mean, seriously, ultimate liar. Talk about on the nose. No, Eva is just much of a kidnappee as the rest of you.
Son of a bitch!
Shut up! You let her get away with breaking the rules. That's proof enough you're in cahoots.
Holy!
Eva broke the rules? Yeah, when she blew up the school fucking property.
Fuck you!
Why the fuck was I punished for chucking a rock at a camera, but Eva wasn't punished for destroying a fucking generator?
Shit.
Is Eva the exception that rule is talking about? What? Desmond tapped the screen in his trinket and conjured a familiar-shaped hologram. With a few swipes of his fingers, he located the killing game's rules. Okay, everyone, take a look at the second rule. Do you see how it says exceptions may apply at the end? Since Eva wasn't punished for breaking the generator, could that mean she counts as an exception?
Stop lying!
Are you gonna explain how, or are you just trying to be a fucking contrarian?
This looks bad.
Well, if I had to make a guess, it's probably because Eva destroyed the generator while committing a murder.
What's all this about?
Are you saying Eva had special privileges? I think it's more like her method of murder was what destroyed the generator. Meaning the generator is technically tied to Wolfgang's death.
Yeah,
Yeah, which is why Eva was excused for breaking it.
Slow down.
Yo? That can't actually be the reason, can it?
I see, I see.
And if it were...
Brutal!
What?
You...
I see. Eva believed she would count as an exception to the rule, which is why she didn't take any steps to avoid destroying the generator.
What?
She risked getting shot in the head over something she just assumed?
That ain't it.
Nah, that confident Eva executed the murder. She must have known for sure she wouldn't be penalized. How about it, Tozu? Did you ever share that information with her?
Who? Me?
A desperate killer is much like a hungry seagull, ready to pounce upon the slightest crumb of substance. The mere application of a loophole ignites their senses. They, as desperate people always do, will shred their dignity in pursuit of confirmation. So to answer your question, yes, Eva approached me with the same questions your friend are asking now. And yes, I confirmed her suspicions were true.
Not okay!
Seriously? That's so unfair!
Pathetic.
Unfair? Answering a reasonable question is far from unfair. Have you never asked a professor for help on an assignment? Sure, your professor will do the work for you. But they'll be happy to clear any confusion you might have. Then, why did Eva say you made her kill Wolfgang? I suppose you could say Eva and I made a deal.
Huh?
A deal? What kind of deal? A deal to begin the killing game.
Impossible!
In exchange for agreeing to perform the first kill, she would receive a special perk.
Plot twist.
The traitor perk.
Holy!
What do you mean the traitor perk? Is it the tablet Eva has? I mean, she refused to show it when we asked. Mind you, the host cannot simply hand over a traitor perk to anyone who asks. For a student to be eligible for a perk, they must first earn it.
That was very...
What do you mean, earn it? Do you recall that little tidbit I'd shared with you about the pharmacy? You know, the one about the secret lurking inside? She did solve it. That secret, we're referring to the traitor perk.
Well done.
Indeed I was. When I said a very interesting secret was lurking inside, I meant that quite literally. The only thing separating you from the perk was a few inches of stainless steel in a pin pad. Pin pad? Oh gosh, you're talking about that big door I found tucked behind a shelf.
I see.
It was hiding the traitor perk all along. How did Eva figure out the password to the pin pad, though? Did she just enter a bunch of random numbers until it, like, finally worked?
Well,
A 4-digit code with 1,000 potential combinations. As Eva encountered unbelievable luck, the chances of her guessing the code in only a few days is extremely unlikely.
How?
Then how did she access to the traitor perk? 4 numbers to unlock the pin pad. How did Eva figure them out? There's only one way. Only one way I can see her obtaining the correct answer. It's to do with the poster, isn't it? A mysterious poster in the pharmacy. Yeah, what poster are you?
Well done.
Ding ding ding, correct. Yes, hidden inside of the pharmacy's room is a poster which reveals the code to the pin pad.
For real?
For reals?
No.
How can that poster reveal the code, though? The price? I knew it had something important somehow. None of the visuals made sense. Why it caught my attention? But I didn't know what to do with the information, how to decipher what I was seeing.
Pathetic.
And that is where you fell short of your mathematically gifted peer. With her keen eyesight and quick thinking, she saw the poster for what it really was.
Twist.
An equation. What? Wait, what? Every detail is delightful. Those exclamations of grandeur may in fact be hints toward a very certain nature. And that's large star and stand-in for a coordinate plane. 10, 10? Well, not that it matters anymore. The passcode to that precious pin pad, after all, is being changed as we speak. To quote the words of my parents, the road to freedom must always be paved with obstacles.
Sick and twisted!
No way! A math equation is totally up Eva's alley! Eva, you told me you couldn't understand the poster.
Why the long face?
Of course she did. The equation is key to the traitor perk. Handing it over would mean handing the perk over.
Shit.
So the traitor perk was Eva's reward for solving the puzzle?
Anybody?
The heck even is this perk? You still haven't explained that yet.
Who? Me?
I assure you, it's a very handy thing to have. You see, this traitor perk allows the owner to access the school's security cameras using a tablet. That tablet, of course, being on Eva's person right now.
Damn it.
So I was right. You accessed the camera in the boiler room, which was how you saw Diana enter.
Oh, crud.
I thought it was weird Eva wouldn't show us the tablet, but I didn't think it was actually wired to the school cameras.
But then...
Then, the reason I saw the security camera's light blinking back in the boiler room is because Eva was watching me.
What?
This is making too much sense.
Nonsense.
Eva, how could you negotiate with your kidnapper? Why would you have any reason to trust him? I had no choice. I either take his deal, give myself a chance to escape, or I would die here with the rest of you.
You...
That selfish attitude is the reason we ended up in this mess. Didn't we promise to make it out of here together? If you hadn't been murdered, one of the only people who could have handled this situation, we might have made progress on escaping.
Hang on.
Even if I didn't kill, someone else would have eventually. And if they were in my position right now, they wouldn't even admit to what they've done. They'd cry and snivel and try to guilt you. They wouldn't be honest like me.
Watch it.
Honest or not, playing Tosu's game was risky. You were trapped in a small space with witnesses everywhere. That's not a gamble you should have taken.
What a joke.
We had food, we had shelter, all we had to do was wait for eventual rescue from this place. But,
Stop it!
I would have died first! It was obvious from what was happening with Wolfgang. His constant jeering at me over the few mistakes I'd make, while the rest of you followed his lead. If a class trial ever happened with him around, he would have accused me of being the killer even without evidence. And you all, I was isolated from everyone else. He turned me into an easy target for murder. And if I was murdered, would the rest of you even bother to find out who killed me? There's no way you would. There's no way anyone would. You're all the worst. I hope you all rot here.
Bro?
That's gold, man.
You really let me down.
Even if we had some rough spots, some of us still try to get along with you. During the gaming tournament, I was fine with you joining.
Ugh.
You think few games were enough to forgive everything you did to me? None of you actually care about me. None of you. I've never been anything to anyone.
Huh?
What do you mean? It really is the same in there as it is out there. I'm always the one that people hated. I didn't choose this talent. I was just doing what others wanted me to do. I was the prodigy student that adults wanted me to be. I thought I did everything right. But I still kept being judged. Everyone else around me resented me, hated me, because they wanted the love I received. Or what they thought was love. Despite all my hard work, the UTP turned me into something I never wanted to be. Even if I wanted to return to normality, it'd be impossible. I'm stuck with this talent for life. Now when I try to become something more than a sad joke, I get hit with the realization that all my efforts were for nothing. I never could be anyone else. I'll never get what I deserve. But I cared.
I don't understand.
Eva, I cared about you. I don't get it.
Why?
Eva, why did you frame me? I cared for you, and stood up for you whenever I could.
Don't say that!
I wanted to be your roommate. I wanted to help you.
I don't want to.
It didn't mean anything.
Uh...
Why? You still agreed with everything Wolfgang said. No matter what he did to me, you kept on supporting him. Is that why you tried to frame me for his murder? Eva, what about me? I literally defended you. Yeah, and you deserved it.
No. No.
Diana left out a sob and nearly fell out of her podium. Diana! Louise ran over to Diana and put her arm around her shoulder.
How can you believe that?
Why did you have to kill Wolfgang in front of her? That's so cruel! She obviously knew what she was doing. Both the cause and the time of death were mentioned in the mock trial case. So it stands to reason they wouldn't be mentioned here too. When Eva realized that, she tried to leverage it against us. I'm sure receiving that little camera perk made it all too easy to time the murder.
Shut it!
Enough of this bullshit already! So Eva's a privileged little asshole, thinks her life sucks. Who cares? You took Wolfgang's life! The only thing you deserve is some fucking comeuppance!
Sheesh.
I doubt she's actually telling the truth. Murdering someone because they lied about their inoffensive talent. Even she must have known how ridiculous that sounds.
How can that be?
If Eva didn't kill Wolfgang because she was scared, then why did she kill him?
Honestly?
Why else would you escape the killing game? I doubt any of us were ever a threat to her. In fact, it was probably the complete opposite.
Shocking.
She thought she was smarter and better than all of us. That's why she thought she could win the class trial.
My thoughts exactly.
Yes, I agree with Nona. In that case, do you reckon Eva killed Wolfgang because of his abilities as a lawyer? She herself admitted he would have suspected her if he was here. Clearly, Wolfgang was the best person to kill if she wanted to escape.
Nope.
And anyway, Eva isn't the only one who's vulnerable. There are people here with weaker bodies and weaker minds. Anyone who is looking for an easy kill would know to target them first. doesn't matter. Even if no one targeted me, I still would have died first. How so? 'Cause the perk. Huh? Those who told me if I didn't use the perk to murder someone as soon as possible, I was going to die.
What did you say?
What?
Nonsense!
Is this true, Tozu?
Who? Me?
Guilty as charged.
Dude, no!
No way. Tozu never told me the number of days I had left, just that I needed to kill soon. If I didn't kill soon, I'd die.
This isn't fair!
I had to do something. You can't blame...
Worthless.
It's your own fault. You're only in that situation because you took the perk.
No!
Tozu targeted me with the math puzzle. He offered me that perk when I was at my lowest point. If you guys were approached the way I was, and offered a chance to go home, you would have taken the perk too.
Stop it!
You're just a bunch of hypocrites! You just want to make me look like the villain so you feel less bad about killing me! Killing her? That's right. How could I forget? The blanket is uncovered.
Dumbass!
Enough already! I'm sick of talking to this scumbag! Get on with the fucking execution, will you? Alright, the soap opera is entertaining, but I realize it's time to change the channel. Wait, don't tell me you're actually gonna...
Holy!
All of a sudden, the elevator behind us began to turn alive. Road machinery could be heard from the other side of the doors, raw and loud and rhythmic, like a mechanical symphony.
The show must go on.
Do not avert your lies, ladies and gentlemen. I hear a lot of the budget went into this. No, I don't... What's going on?
I won't believe. I won't
This
believe.
isn't happening! This isn't happening!
My blood is rotten.
To the victor goes the spoils. Hail the honorable deed. Hail the honorable dead. Avenged at last. I don't deserve this. Even if you hate me, I don't deserve this. May our charitable justice inspire fear and humility within these wretched souls.
Don't kill me!
This isn't fair. I don't deserve to die. I deserve to live. I deserve to live. And stir the hearts and minds of all those bearing witness. Ready, everyone? Let the show begin.
I want to live. I deserve to live. I'm going to live. I'm going to live!
Oh no, I am not ready for this. And now, we present... the execution of Eva Suna... Huh. She's running. Enjoy the show. Eva, don't! Don't do it! Let go! It's gonna be worse if you keep holding on! Fiery furnace of affliction. Ah! Oh no! Oh! No, no! Oh. Oh. No, don't. Eva. The girl. Why would you trust that? Eva, no! I did not like that.
I can't handle it!
My entire body had seized up. Couldn't move a single limb. Couldn't say a single word. I could do was stand and stare. My mind had a complete and total loss.
There's no way.
So, that's what punishment entails. Let me go home! Please let me go home!
Isn't this lovely?
Goodness, talk about a heated moment! Eva put up quite a fight for a second there. She almost had me believing we underestimated her.
Moving on.
Just kidding.
Oh, be damned.
How could you do this? Forcing these innocent people to kill each other.
Terrible.
So
Just
judgmental.
terrible.
Need I remind you that this student on student warfare...
Get out.
Just shut up already. Eva, why? You just needed a friend. I could have been the friend you needed. Why did you do this?
I can't believe it.
I think I'm going to be sick. I don't even know what I'm feeling anymore. I don't want to die! I don't want to die!
Oh, shit!
I'm totally gonna die here, aren't I?
I can't be like this.
No one else is gonna die here. We're all gonna be okay. Come on, repeat it after me. I'm here, and I'm okay. I'm here, and I'm okay. I'm here, and I'm okay. This was my reality. The fear of death had already been heavy on my shoulders ever since the killing game was announced. Even now, it completely enveloped me. I can't do it. I can't lie to myself again. Again?
It's all my fault.
I'm not okay. I'm never gonna be okay. I could have changed things. I could have saved her. And him, Wolfgang. If I had just dragged him out of the water, I could have saved him. Why didn't I save him?
Whoa!
Diana, you had no way what was gonna come next. He was wielding a knife too. Anyone would have done what he did. Did he really bring a knife for self-defense? Usually a comment like that would have gone a rise out of Grace, but she completely silent. I can't let it end. Wolfgang's kindness. I can't let anyone forget it.
It is how it is.
It goes without saying. I'm sure everyone will remember what Wolfgang did for us. I've never thought of the lengths my talent can go. The ability to change others' appearance, to the best version of themselves. It's always been someone else who sits in front of the mirror. I've never really put myself in that place. Diana, you okay? If I can't save Wolfgang, then at the very least...
I can do this.
Maybe I can live for him.
Believe me.
You didn't do anything wrong, Diana.
Pardon me.
Yeah. I can do this. I can fulfill the life he wasn't able to live. Huh?
Like a chameleon, I will adapt. I'll follow in Wolfgang's footsteps. and continue what he wasn't able to accomplish. I'll become something new.
Tears were running down Diana's face, but her expression. Somehow she looked determined. I couldn't understand it. Despite everything she's been through, here she was making some silly vow about continuing Wolfgang's legacy. Acting like a hero from a storybook. Has this girl lost her mind? She's giving me a lot of Kaede vibes.
Hold on.
Wolfgang and Eva, neither of them deserve this. I won't let what happened to them happen to anyone else here.
We won't back down.
For both their sakes. I'll save everyone from this killing game.
You've got to be kidding me.
Take this seriously, will you?
What?
Logs.
Moving on.
Anyhow, it's been a long day. The crime scene has already been cleaned up. Unless you have any further questions for me, you're all free to return to your dorms. So any further questions?
Get lost.
Ingrates.
Huh? Now where have I heard that one before? In all seriousness, I'll take that as a no.
Good evening.
Until next time, everyone! It's like last time Tozu walked over to the throne.
Isn't this lovely?
By the way, you're safe to ride the elevator back up. We've set it back to its default mode. What you glimpsed before was simply its punishment mode. That ominous note he left lowered underground. Hey, guys, should we just go back to our rooms? Aye, it's about time we draw this day to a close. Good idea. People silently made their way to the elevator, horror and despair etched on their faces. It's clear today's events would not easily be forgotten. And then there was me. Everything I'd been ruminating over. The devastating images which had been plaguing my mind. Wolfgang's murder. The trial. Eva dying right in front of me, swallowed by a bit of fire. Retreated to the corners of my mind. The only thing I could focus on now were those 5 words. I'll follow in Wolfgang's footsteps. Hearing those words come from Diana, to everything that's happened, seeing her raise her chin and act so tall and proud just like Wolfgang once did, it pissed me off. Need the veil of hypocrisy. Surviving members 14. To be continued. Oh my god. Yeah, let me save. That trial, I don't know how to feel about that. It shocked me. I'm sad, but I never would have seen this coming. I was having so many other thoughts in my mind. The thought of Wolfgang dying, the thought of Eva being the killer. I never would have expected any of this. I dodged the spoilers good. But, man, this was an insane demo. This chapter alone is probably, like, one of the best chapter 1s that I've ever gone through. Like, chapter 1s are usually like the tutorial. Everything is meant to be extremely simple and not confusing at all. But, like Leon's trial, that was obvious, even though I didn't even get what 11037 was at first. Teru, yeah, I didn't really expect him, but it was still a pretty open and shut case, mainly because Nagito was kind of messing things up. And Kaide's trial was, like, the only one, like, yeah, it was simple, at the same time, you never would have expected Kaide to be the murderer, because she was the protagonist, even if I had suspicions already. As for Danganronpa Another, and even Min's case in DRDT, that one was not as confusing. Mitch's case was super easy, and Hajime was also pretty easy. But this? I thought it was just going to be another open and shut case. Diana was the only one without an alibi. She had to be the murderer if she was there with Wolfgang. But this entire trial, where we completely twisted and turned, and somehow found Eva was the killer, I didn't want to believe it, but it was the truth. This trial definitely is going to be on one of my top faves trial. But I'm so sad that Eva and Wolfgang are gone. I wanted to know more about them. I'm glad I at least got to do one free time event on both of them. I just can't believe it, though. Like, Eva was shaping up to be one of the support characters like Hyoko, or Chiaki, or Maki. Or freaking, like, Yoriko. Like, she was shaping up to be one of those characters, but I never expected her to be the first killer. But all I can say is, this was an amazing demo, and props to the entire team with the credits right now. Props to everyone who made this. I mean, I might make another stream for the free time events, but I'm unsure at this current moment. I think this will stop for this game for now, since there's nothing else really to do other than free time events. And basically, that's kind of it until we get more of this game. I don't know how long that'll take since, well, let's see, when did the original, like, Chapter 0 come out, like the prologue? Yeah, the first prologue was released at the end of 2022, and this chapter was released at the end of 2024, so there was a whole 2-year gap just to make this chapter. I don't know how they'll do it in the other games. I know for Danganronpa Another, they split it so they did Chapter 1 as a demo, and then they did Chapter 2 and 4, 2 through 4, and then they ended 5 and 6. So they could do something similar to that, where they do 2 through 4 next, or they could just be doing each chapter, but at the same time that would be kind of slow. I mean, if it takes 2 years to do a whole chapter, I mean, to be fair, doing the prologue compared to doing a whole chapter definitely is different, but since you're going from another chapter to another chapter, what they would need to make, they already have the whole system of going between daily life to deadly life, investigations, trials, they already have all that figured out. They just maybe are going to add new minigames, obviously going to have new voice lines, new dialogue to write, little CG arts, obviously, and of course, I'm pretty sure that the story is basically all written, but this will probably be a while before they actually finish this game. I don't expect it until, like, maybe the end of the decade for this to be finished. But, yeah, I'll definitely be ready to play this game once it's fully done. Or even if Chapter 2 through 4 comes out, I'll definitely play it as well. This game definitely has interested me. As for Danganronpa-related content, I will try and find something else. I know 100 Defense Academy is coming up, but I'm not going to play that, really. I'm just going to watch videos on it. I still need to see Raincode, what that's about, too. But I'll probably have some other game that's kind of similar to this, but I know there's definitely one Danganronpa fan game that I know is fully complete that I will try to play, but just not now. I think we need a few bit to recover from all this. As for my schedule, this whole week, well, Monday through Wednesday, or Monday and Tuesday, I'm not so sure. The rest of it, I could possibly do a stream, though. I have a lot of leniency. As for what I will do, I'm going to, of course, continue through Brothership, because I still need to get through this. Now that this is over with, I don't have to worry about it. And I might go back into Mystery Dungeon again to do the post-game. That's a possibility. But I also should start on Bowser's Fury, because, you know, I already completed the main game, and I'm almost 100% done with it. So, might as well start on that and just do a whole stream on that. Either 1 or 2 streams, either way. But yeah, next thing I do, I'll definitely do Brothership. I was thinking of streaming it today, but I've already gone for like freaking 5 hours, and I only expect to go for like 3 or 4. This trial was much longer than I expected. Definitely glad I didn't try to do the whole chapter last time. But yeah, this is where I'll end here. Thank you all for watching, for the people who did come, and I'll see you all next time. Thank you all for watching.